Hello, and welcome to my year in review for the gaming industry in 2024. So I started doing this last year and I'll be continuing it on this year. And we're just going to be looking at some of the best and worst games that have come out in the past year. The way that I tend to format these is essentially we'll be looking at basically some of the most disappointing games, the worst games, and some of the best games. I'll kind of be saying which ones I think were kind of what you'd call like nominees for it, and then I'll kind of be showing my top pick for each category. But this year I've decided I'm going to do 5 of them. So like I said, we're going to have the best game, the worst game, and then kind of the biggest disappointment. But lastly we're going to have these 2 new ones, which I've decided are going to be the buggiest game, because I'm getting fed up with the amount of games that are entering early access that are just clearly not ready. Definitely not related to the footage on screen at all. But then I'm also getting rather frustrated again, and it's just games coming out that aren't released, but sometimes they can be really good, just lacking in certain areas, and that's why we've got the next one, the final one, the 5th one, which is going to be the game that I most want to see a sequel for. So that's what we're going to be looking at, and we'll get kicked off. So first category we're going to talk about today is the most disappointing release in 2024. Now, the caveat I will say with these is none of these awards have to specifically be games. I know there's some controversy about the Game Awards having Elden Ring nominated as Game of the Year when it's not a game, but in this we'll not say game, we'll say the biggest thing in the gaming industry this year, because it's a year in review. So some of these might not necessarily be awards to games, they can be awards to publishers, for example. Right? As an example, last year I believe I announced Bethesda as a whole as the biggest disappointment of last year. And yeah, it's exactly that. I think that these awards should, and again, it's just my opinion, but I think we should be able to tar an entire publisher or an entire franchise and things, or specific DLC if it's bad enough, with winning these awards. Because again, I mean, 3 out of the 5 of these are bad. You don't want to be the biggest disappointment this year. And the saying, and again, that's the rules for this. So it doesn't have to be specifically a game. It can just be something that I think has particularly annoyed me this year in the industry, or something that's done really well. Right? So, without further ado, let's begin. So for our first category, let me cast your mind back to the beginning of this year. Do you remember this is the year that Dragon's Dogma 2 released? I had actually forgotten that I had completely memory holed that game, that it was gone. I had completely forgotten about it, didn't remember it existed. And here we are to kind of, reanimate and resurrect it just for one day at the end of the year. Just to remember and remind ourselves that, yeah, that's a game that existed and kind of sucked. And it's particularly frustrating to me, this, because if you were to look at Dragon's Dogma, if you were to look at it, you would say this is a game that it's got all the ingredients to be a 10 out of 10 game. I shit you not, this game absolutely 100% could be a 10 out of 10 game. Right? Absolutely it could be. There's no reason why this should be a bad game. There's no reason whatsoever, no excuse, it should be a 10 out of 10. It was billed as being a 10 out of 10. We saw the trailers, everyone looking at it, were like, oh my god, this is going to revolutionise RPGs, and it didn't stick the landing. What's annoying is that it wasn't technical issues, it wasn't lack of budget or funding or development time or anything like that. The thing that really killed this game was really poor design decisions on the parts of the developers. Where you just look back at it and you go, what on earth were they thinking with some of this? Just some of the stuff they were doing with this game in particular, I have no clue why they did it. I'll give you a few examples. So playing it, the save system is a perfect example of this. I played the game and you get to a point where you do a tutorial. You're saving the game, it's showing you how to do it. You go to an inn, you rest, and then you go. Now, I took the message from that as like, oh, it saves when I sleep. Right. So it puts down a permanent save when I sleep, and then other than that it's just keeping like an auto save or two. Right, that's what it must do. Makes sense. Played through 10 hours of the game and did something wrong that I wanted to undo, and I thought, well, I'll reload the save from when I last slept. It was only about 2 or 3 minutes ago. It'll be fine, right? So I load the save up. It loads the save of me completing the tutorial to figure out how to sleep, which was 10 hours ago, right? That's the save file that it loads. Why? Why does it do this? I have no idea. And then it loads, then I go, okay, I guess I'll just have to live with that mistake. So I load the auto save up, and it's the same save. Because guess what it's done? Well, I just completed a tutorial quest. I just completed a quest. It auto saves when you do a quest. So it just overwrote 10 hours of progress. Yeah. If you watched my series, you'll remember when this happened. It was pretty bad. Straight away, I cannot give a game that does that any kind of good rating whatsoever. It's like, okay, that was a design decision made on the developer's part, where they're looking at save file systems that we've had established for decades now. Absolutely decades, right? That these things have been established. And they're thinking to themselves, you know what we need to do? We need to reinvent the wheel, because apparently the save file systems that we've all used, where it just keeps a running auto save and you're allowed to drop a manual save if you want, these save file systems to the developers weren't good enough, I guess. No, they wanted something which could delete 10 hours of progress. I have no idea why you would do this. It is completely ridiculous why you would even have such a system. And it was completely, again, a decision to do this. No one else does a save file system like this, right? I'll throw another example out there. Fast travel. You cannot fast travel in the game. Now, you can travel via stagecoach to major towns and cities, and it's kind of like fast travel, except more immersive. I like this idea. It's a real good system. I'm thinking to myself, this is amazing, this is a really cool idea. And then in the second half of the game, they get rid of this idea. You can't travel from city to city or town to town using a cart that you hire in the second half of the game, because the only cart that goes to the second city is the one that goes from the border checkpoint to the city, and there's no other ones that you can get. For whatever reason, there's just no carts that go from that city to anywhere else other than the border checkpoint. So you better hope that that's the one place you want to go, because you're not going to be able to go anywhere else. And that's kind of yeah, again, it's like, okay, so you had a cool idea, a cool system there, and then you just stopped using it midway through the game for some reason. There's these little gondolas you can take that get you like part way to your destination, but not all the way, and it's just bizarre to me, this. Absolutely bizarre. No idea why they've done it. Absolutely not. Like I said, just no idea. A weird design decision, right? Completely weird design decision. Now, I'll leave you with one more before I kind of just finish proving my point here. Another random system, and you can see me ranking up a vocation here and all that, but genuinely, another really what could have been a great system that just kind of balked is there's no real sense of progression in the game with your character. You have a vocation and you level it up, you gain new skills, but the vocation can be leveled up fairly quickly. Right? It doesn't take all that long, and you'll probably do 2 or 3 of these throughout the game. And you think, well, why are you changing vocations and doing all like that? Well, that's a good point. There's no reason. The game has an excellent skill system, some really good skills and things like that. And they're really fun to use, they're really cool. And it's just, generally speaking, and not only that, but it's got a really great combat system as well. So you've got a great skill system, great combat system. So what's the problem? Exactly. Right. The problem is that you can only use 4 skills from your vocation at once, and again, that once you've maxed out your vocation, that's kind of it, right? You can learn other vocations, but you'll start at 0 again and have to rank them all the way up and learn all the skills. Is it any better or worse than your previous vocation? Not really. They're like basic and advanced vocations, and the advanced ones are meant to be a bit more powerful, I guess, but that's about it. You get to the end game and there's a special vocation called a Warfarer. Now the Warfarer is interesting. It allows you to... It changes out one of your skills permanently to be change weapon. So you've now got only 3 skills, but you can change weapon. And you'd assume, oh, the way they must have done this surely is that you change weapon and it swaps your skills out or something. No, that... You see, that would be a cool and intelligent design decision that would make sense, that would reward the player for having trained in multiple vocations, picked up multiple skills, and it would now allow them, because the Warfare is one of the last ones that you unlock, it would now allow you in the end game to be able to swap weapons on the fly, and in doing so swap out your skills so that you can be a hybrid multi-vocation monster ready to fight a dragon, right? And it would again reward you for trying out different things, playing about with all the different skills and classes and coming up with cool combos and things to use. It'd finally reward all of that, which is why it doesn't do it. You only get 3 skills and they don't swap out when you swap your weapon. It's useless. It's sodding useless. The entire skill system as a result of this is kind of stupid and pointless. It stops you from feeling like there's any real progression in the game, and because again that no vocation is particularly better than another, it kind of makes you think, well, if that's the case, that no vocation is better than the other, then what's the point in swapping? And yeah, you could literally go through the entire game using the first vocation you learn and learning nothing else, no other skills, doing absolutely none of that. No need. And you can see there I've finally managed to land this ability I've been trying to use against this monster, where I can like throw someone off of my shield onto a monster. I think this was around the time when I'd just learned that skill and I really wanted to try it out. But yeah, it's the combat is absolutely brilliant, the skills are amazing, and it's coming from the people who do Monster Hunter, so, well, it's coming from, it's coming from Capcom. I don't know if it's the specific same devs or anything, it's probably not, but you get my point. They know their stuff over there at Capcom, they really know their stuff. So, it's no surprise that the combat in this is amazing, right? And I will put it out there. I want every RPG to have combat like this, right? I'm looking forward to Monster Hunter Wilds because I know it will have combat like this. And not just that, but the game has an amazing party system. I mean, they've kind of put it into the lore in a weird way where it's these pawns coming through from the other dimension and so on, but the idea of like player created adventurers, like if you're doing an RPG of your own, they could show up at like the inn and you could have all the other players adventures that they'd made just show up at the inn. In the future, when we're moving towards like AI powered NPCs that have dynamically generated voice lines and banter and stuff, that's going to basically use something like ChatGPT to power it in the background while the game's running, because we are probably going to move toward that in games. We're probably going to move towards like AI powered NPCs and you'll be able to have dynamic conversations with them. They'll have like their own personality traits and quirks and things. As we move towards that, systems like this are going to be crazy good and amazingly popular. This is kind of like a rudimentary version of that that's probably ahead of its time. And on top of all this, the game has an amazing character creation system. It has fantastic visuals. Again, the character creation, it is unparalleled, to be fair. But yeah, you're not going to see a better character creation system than this outside of, say, like Korean MMOs. That's basically it. You're just not. It's fantastic, and I genuinely loved tailor making my characters while we're using this. And I personally think that, again, like, there's very few games that do this. A lot of RPGs, for some reason, have a thing against having really good character creators. In RPGs, I think your character creation is one of the most important parts of the entire game, and a lot more RPGs should be taking note of that. Like, they really ought to be, because it gets you so much more invested in them, and you care so much more about your character and the style and the look of them, and really getting into the role playing with them when you're allowed to really tailor make every little facet of them. So credit where credit's due. Like, between that and the combat and the companion system, it has all the makings of a 10 out of 10 game, but for several, and again, they're not technical issues, they're design decisions. The design decisions that just absolutely they leave you baffled. Some of this stuff, all these issues could have been avoided. It wouldn't surprise me if modders come along and just fix all of this. They might have done already. I might have to give it a look, see if there's been any good mods released for this, because it is a shame that this is how the game released, and it's getting an honourable mention for disappointment of the year this year. It's not the biggest disappointment, but it's on the list. We'll call this third place. But there we are, Dragon's Dogma 2. A 10 out of 10 game, just weighed down by poor design decisions that leave it at somewhere around a 7. And again, the only technical issue it really had was when you go into a city, and they've optimised it a bit now, but you'd go into a city and it would just lag out. The game would just absolutely lag the hell out when you get into a city. And it's been getting better, but still not great. I remember when I was playing, I just couldn't move through the border checkpoint town. just because it would, for whatever reason, like when you turned the camera in a certain way, it must have been loading something in that had like 1,000,000 polygons, but it did not like you looking around that area. So anyway, third place, Dragon's Dogma 2. So, second place. What you're seeing here is a trailer for a game. A good game. Some would even consider it a great game. I would. So, this trailer plays to Marilyn Manson's This Is the New Shit. I can't play it because it's YouTube and copyright music and so on. But, my god, was this awesome when this, like, released. I mean, it looks kind of old and janky looking now. Like, you can tell that this is like a 15-year-old trailer, but yeah, it is. This was ridiculous and awesome, right? And this would be where the music kicks in and it's all doing all this, you know, it's like, are you ready? It's gonna be drugs, sex and violence and you know, absolutely fantastic looking, and it is fantastic. I played the game as well, Dragon Age Origins. Unfortunately, as I got toward the final act, my PlayStation got the yellow light of death, because that was a thing back in the day. And I didn't manage to complete it, because, interesting fact, they were really worried about you using other people's save files to complete achievements. But yeah, because they were so paranoid about me, I mean, God forbid I get a trophy on my PlayStation account that I don't deserve. So because of that, they protected the save files so you couldn't move and copy them. Which meant even though I fixed my PlayStation, though it wouldn't play games or anything anymore, you know, I think the damage had been done by that point, and I had to get a new one. I could turn it on and I could move save files onto a memory stick. I wasn't allowed to move my Dragon Age save file because screw BioWare, I guess. Yeah, just screw those guys. So I lost, like, you know, I mean, what will it have been, like 30 plus hours of progress or something? A ridiculous amount of progress, and I thought, well, I'm not playing the entire game again just so I can get back to the end game and finish it. So that's my relationship with Dragon Age. I didn't get into the next games because, well, I'd not played the first, I'm not going to get into a franchise midway, and I couldn't be asked again going back to finish Origins. And so then I get to Inquisition. And it looks like a bit of a reboot, and I thought, oh, I'll get into it. I'll have a go at Dragon Age Inquisition, right? And I went on it, and got bored in the first area because it was incredibly dull and the combat was really kind of, yeah, samey, and I didn't like it. And even though you're the leader of a faction, apparently you just cannot possibly delegate menial tasks to other people, like gathering herbs and things. You think that'd be a job for someone else, but no, apparently that's like your one solemn duty in this organisation. So yeah, I quickly got tired of it, and I haven't really felt the need to play any BioWare games since. I've just kind of shunned them to the side. But then I saw the announcement for a new Dragon Age, and I immediately thought to myself, like hell I'm getting this on release. No, I'm waiting for reviews, absolutely not. And it also didn't look right either, like that's the other thing. The game didn't look right. I'll show you what I mean. So here we are, trailer for the new one, and we get the weirdest thing. You know, we've got the characters there, the companions that you're going to come across in the game. It looks pretty cool. They're doing a whole thing, and then we get this. And this is to the tune of not like Marilyn Manson and stuff. No, this is to the tune of "We Can Be Heroes." Yeah. And they're all being introduced like bloody Borderlands bosses. It's ridiculous. You know, it's like this marvelization of stuff, you know. Because it really is, and I've heard this from a lot of people, that it's basically trying to be Marvel, but fantasy. You can tell very much that the people who made the old Dragon Age games have long since left the studio at this point, and we're left with a shell of a company that doesn't even recognise what its own identity is. It's probably why there's so much stuff about identity in the game. We'll get onto that in a bit. Probably appropriate that it introduced that character when I said that. Because, yeah, Taj is a controversy in and of themselves, we'll say. The point here is that it's definitely a different tone, and it's a bit slapstick and silly, and there's some jokes in there, and yeah. It's like, oh, together, you're gonna save the world, and oh. Gone is the drugs, sex, violence, and all that stuff from the first trailer, you know, it's gone, it's dead. Anyway, so it's a definite change in tone, we'll say. We get to the gameplay, and it doesn't look great. I'm using some B-roll footage here I've got from YouTube. I'm just taking some from there. It's from someone called Gamer's Little Playground, if you're wondering whose channel it's from. I appreciate the suffering that they've had to go through so that we don't have to here. But yeah, it is just, yeah, kind of, well, bad gameplay wise. And I'll move it along here so we can find some combat. But yeah, and yeah, gameplay wise, from what I've heard, and again, I've not played this, like, Jesus Christ, the reviews came out, it was like a 7 out of 10 at best. Everyone seemed to be a bit mixed on it, so I waited a bit more till the people's reviews that I tend to watch and things, you know, Angry Joe Show, and I think it's Skill Up I typically watch, and a few others. I waited to get their opinions on it, because I thought, well, they might know a bit better. And yeah, I think Angry Joe gave it like a 3 or something. This is not a Dragon Age game. The combat alone, it's very much like action RPG-esque. It comes from the development. This, from what I've heard, the development was kind of mad in like development hell for years. Apparently, they were making this to be a co-op hack and slash online only game, and the 2 companions with you were meant to be other players, which is why all the maps feel like a multiplayer level. Like, you don't have open world areas anymore. You've got these linear maps, and then you'll just get to like a little outpost or city or whatever, and then around the corner there'll be new enemy encounters, and you're like, what? This it doesn't make actual physical sense, these maps. Like, the places wouldn't be laid out like this, and it feels like a multiplayer map as you run through, because it is, right? It's a repurposed multiplayer game. In addition, the combat feels very spongy, and it's all very much ability and combo based. Like, you'll do certain abilities and combos of abilities and just get a bajillion damage done on the enemy, because the idea was you and your teammates were meant to be, in multiplayer, coordinating your moves and hitting enemies with cool synergistic combos and things, and it just doesn't work in a single player sense. And in addition to that, the enemies are just spongy, really spongy. There's not much variety. And it's, again, because it were meant to be a much shorter multiplayer game. It wasn't designed to be this 40+ hour single player RPG epic of sorts. It was never designed to be this. And so, as a result, you get this game that's a bit kind of hack slash put together, and it doesn't gel well. And this is just the gameplay we're talking about at this point. I would also point out that and you'll have seen it in the combat there, or you won't have seen it actually. There's a lack of blood. It's a Dragon Age game where there isn't blood. Let me just reiterate. There isn't blood in a Dragon Age game. This used to be like, and the thing is, you'd think, oh, are they trying to tone it down so they can hit that teenage audience? No, this is still an 18 rated game. You actually have to sign in to YouTube to watch the trailers because they're too adult for you. The game censors its own sex scenes. This is a BioWare game. It like full on censors the sex scenes. So you might just see like a bit of skin at best. And again, it gets rid of the blood, and you're thinking, how is this even still an 18? It makes no sense. And again, this is just talking about the gameplay here. This is just gameplay and the general, like, loss of the, the darkness and the gore and things of the game. We're not even getting into the real, dragon in the room here. Because we all know the other problem that this game has. Anyway, yeah, the other problems that it has just, yeah. I'm going to do a whole bit on my predictions on what's going to happen in the industry next year and change that I think we're going to see and new technology and things. And part of that, I think we're gonna have to have a discussion on the woke stuff. But I'll briefly go over it now. I think it's safe to say, like, in medieval times, because it's a medieval fantasy, big, bold letters, underlined, medieval fantasy, right? All medieval fantasy derives from basically Lord of the Rings. That kind of is the AK-47 of the high fantasy world. It's the fantasy series to which all of us are compared and all of us are based upon, right? And it's based on basically medieval times and Anglo-Saxon and, well, not even Anglo-Saxon, specifically Saxon culture and mythos and folklore and things, right? It was actually designed as a, the whole thing was designed as a founding mythos for England and the Saxons to replace the one that was lost, because, if you weren't aware, you know, and I can say this, my people lost our founding mythos. Every culture, like, we, for example, the Greeks have the gods fighting the Titans and so forth as their founding mythos, and Rome has Romulus and Remus and things. We lost ours to history because all the people who knew it got genocided by Vikings. So it was lost to time. There's only fragments of it left. We don't really know the full-on founding mythos. We ended up just kind of inventing one ages later, but that was when England had come together as a country, and it's kind of a founding mythos of the kingdom, which is why our founding mythos is set in medieval times, which is obviously it's King Arthur and his knights. So Tolkien tried to make an attempt with Lord of the Rings to that, and it's on which everything's based, but it's why it's all medieval fantasy. That's kind of a reason why, right? I'll not get too much more into it, but the point here is that in a medieval setting, you wouldn't get people referring to themselves as, well, themselves. They and them. They wouldn't use American slang terms and jargon and things. Like, not even getting into the woke stuff, just the dialogue in this is a bit off, right? When you play Dragon's Dogma, they really make an effort to have everyone be like, yes, I beseech thee, I beseech thee, Arisen, you must take upon thee this quest. They've got the old English sort of styling to the wording. In this, it sounds like they're from California. It's written like they're from California, and then they start using words like non-binary, right? Without getting too much into it, can we just agree that it kind of ruins the tone? It ruins the tone, right? These weren't things that happened in medieval times. I know it's fantasy, but it's set in medieval times, right? That's kind of the point. It's why our main character here has a bow and a set of daggers, right? It's why they don't have an MG42, right? We understand these things, or at least I thought we did, but then this game released, right? I think for that reason alone, we can say that it is a failure in its setting. And again, I'm going to get into the war stuff more later on. I think I'm just going to do a whole bit talking about where I think games are heading, because I think we're entering a post-woke world now, where I think everyone's just about seen enough of this. But the way I'll put it is, I think when it comes to these things, I don't have a problem, and I think most people don't have any problem with, say, you know, okay, you can slap a gay pride sticker on your AK-47 in Call of Duty, right? No one has a problem. It'd be weird if you could slap a gay pride sticker on your weapons in this, because it's not in the setting, it's medieval, right? It'd be weird. But something like gay marriage or something, I think we're all generally fine with, and I would point out Skyrim for this. If you remember, Skyrim, great for this stuff. Partly because they couldn't be asked to program this all into it properly and have, you know, all the NPCs have individual reactions and opinions on whether or not gay marriage should be a thing. Partly because they couldn't be bothered to do that, but partly because, I guess, they just wanted to be inclusive or something as well. But you can romance any character on that game. And moreover, there's a NPC in Riften that you can go and talk to, who allows you to, using magic, transform the look of your body. Theoretically, you can start the game as a man, go to Riften, change your appearance so that you're now a woman, then you can go to the Temple of Mara, pick up an amulet there, and then go and find yourself a wife and have a lesbian marriage. You can theoretically do that. You can be a trans lesbian in a marriage to another person, right? You can do this. No one bats an eyelid, right? There's something about the tone and the kind of bludgeoning you over the head with it overtly in Dragon Age that I think really irks people. Right? The game's been getting a lot said to it about just the way that this is put in there. It's very ham-fisted in. It's not something that you want in a game. It really isn't. Like, they've done a really poor job of doing this in the game. And yeah, as a result, it's since had I think it's not sold as well as they were hoping. Its score has managed to stay relatively high though, its review scores. I think honestly, people saw this and just didn't buy the game, and because they didn't buy the game, they didn't leave a review for the game. So I think they've found their niche audience that are fine with woke stuff, but it's a much smaller audience than a game this size can sustain. And again, there's, just to really kind of hit this home, like, I think everyone's fine with this stuff, and I would say, but it's to a certain extent. You can almost imagine, like, if there were a woke-ometer, I think anything below a 5 is reasonable. Like, let's say that Skyrim, with its stuff that you can do there, but it doesn't really rub it in your face, is probably like a 3 or a 4 on the woke-ometer there. Whereas this has straight up a coming out scene where this dragon hunter lass essentially comes out as a tomboy. She's essentially a bisexual tomboy, to my understanding, right? And it makes a massive deal about it. The dialogue is just utterly terrible, and again, it seems completely out of place in a medieval setting. It's ridiculous, and just there's a lot of this, and they make a really big deal about it, and they preach at you, and there's this moment as well where someone gets her pronouns wrong. Yeah, there's pronouns in this game. I don't know why. Again, it's medieval setting. I don't think they would understand what pronouns were back then. It doesn't make sense. Completely rips you out of the immersion, ruins the tone, and yeah, just as a result, and we all that, I would say that on the Warcometer this is probably like a 7 or an 8, right? It's like right in your face. There's a coming out scene. It's very overt, completely breaks the setting and the immersion, and I think that's the reason why people don't like it, right? At least in relation to the woke stuff. The other reason being the kind of crappy combat that you can see here that doesn't even have blood. And in addition, finally, I would say that it's not just the wokeness, it's not just the lack of blood and things. Again, it's just the whole thing. It's just not understanding the tone that is expected of this type of game. And as a final nail in the coffin, because I've not mentioned it yet, the appearance of the characters. Can we all agree that they look like the human characters from Shrek? Like they do, don't they? Like Prince Charming wouldn't look out of place here. He genuinely wouldn't. It's ridiculous. Anyway, since I'm not overly fussed about the Dragon Age series, it gets my number 2 slot. But it was a real close one. Like, this was almost the biggest disappointment of the year. But there's one other thing, and this is kind of the reason why it's not just games that can win these things. As we move on to our final entry, and the winner of the biggest disappointment of the year, because it isn't going to a game, it's going to a publisher, and you probably know which one. So, gameplay here from a channel called Game Right. Much appreciated for suffering so I don't have to, because I did actually play some Skull and Bones, but obviously I didn't record a series or anything on it, so I haven't got any B-roll to show for this, but I did play the beta, and my god, it was so obnoxious. It had beta as like a watermark across the screen everywhere, you know, just like, and loads of numbers and stuff, so they could track down who dared to show gameplay, because God forbid this leaked out into the rest of the world, the abomination that it was. But yes, biggest disappointment of the year, it is not to a single game, it is to Ubisoft. Jesus Christ, Ubisoft this year. We thought Skull and Bones was going to be the worst game this year. Like, genuinely, I thought Skull and Bones was going to be the worst game this year. I saw that thing released, and my thinking was, my god, that's it. That's it. That's worst game of the year right there. It's the easy choice. My work is done. I could have made this list back in, I mean, I forget when this came out. I think it was sometime in the spring. But I could have been making this like 8 months or something ago. Right? It's easily, this is going to be the worst game this year. My god, I was so wrong. I was so wrong. Right? It's a good job I waited until December just to make sure that all the entries had come in, because I thought this couldn't be outdone, but it could be. But it is still a disappointment of the year, and again, it's because Ubisoft didn't just stop screwing up here. They didn't. Oh no, it kept going all through the year. Skull and Bones is a video game, one of the video games of all time, but it is a pirate game. It started off wanting to be essentially Assassin's Creed Black Flag without the Assassin's Creed. A good idea. People liked that game. It's an easy win. Just take the mechanics on the game and just put a different story on that isn't to do with Assassins and Templars. This is an easy win. You could make this game probably in a year. It would be so easy to make, because you're just adding a new story and putting that in over the top. You don't even have to change the graphics or the mechanics of the game. They're already there, right? And so of course they remade it from the ground up and tried to be more like World of Warships for reasons. I don't know what reasons those were. Really retarded ones, I guess. It wasn't good. The entire thing is just like, my god, it is a mess all the way through. It is just a goddamn mess, this game. Like, so they go, let's make it like World of Warships. Let's just screw up. Then halfway through making World of Warships, they go, well, what if it wasn't World of Warships? What if it was maybe Sea of Thieves? And so they start making Sea of Thieves, and then they go, well, what if it were more like one of those survival crafting things? So they start turning it into a survival crafting thing. You can kind of see where this is going. Like, years later, after being probably 3 different games at various points, you end up with a weird, slapped together, hacked away at game that has a bunch of weird random mechanics that don't all make sense in the context. And yeah, weirdly as well, you play as a boat, you don't play as a character until you get out until you like exit the ship, but you can only exit the ship at towns. So you're a person in the town, but then when you get onto your ship, you're playing as the ship, not as your character. All they had to do was look back at their original mission statement and go, oh, this is meant to be like Black Flag, and just remake the game to be Black Flag. Right, that's all they had to do. That's all they had to do, and they made this abomination. The worst bit is this was said to be the first ever quadruple A game. Like, this is the other thing that's really got Ubisoft deserving this title this year. Like, straight up just lying to people. Like, we knew the game was bad, they knew the game was bad, they only made the game because they'd taken money from the Singapore government that said they had to make this game. It makes sense at the time to do this sort of thing, to just take a bit of money from the government. It makes sense. Because, you know, you can give your game a nice cash injection, yeah? Get it going, get it started, nice cash injection to the game, while you're just making it. I mean, you're making it already. Singapore government going, ooh, you're making a game that's going to involve us, we'll give you some money, it'll help the game along, and then when it's finished it'll kind of promote tourism here. Great, everyone, you know, it's a win-win, but then you've committed to making the thing, and that was the problem. I think Ubisoft really wanted to can this, but it could have been a good game. Just make Black Flag. Like, this was such an easy win, a slam dunk. Just make a game you've already made. And that actually all people wanted was them to remove parts of it, to remove the Assassin's Creed bit. Now, they just needed a new story campaign and it was done. That was it. They somehow screwed that up. It just really goes to show, like, the fact that they've got too many cooks spoiling the broth over there. There's too many suits trying to stick their oars in with developers, and the development studios are too big and unwieldy for them to actually manage their projects anymore. And I think that's a running theme that we're going to see here with Ubisoft going forwards. I really think it is. Because of course, you know, this, and then again, the lying about, oh, it's the first ever quadruple A game, guys, was the tip of the iceberg this year. Because of course, along came the next game. Because, of course, then came Star Wars. Now, I've actually played this. I've beaten this game. It took me about 30 hours. And it's not bad. It actually gets the atmosphere and the vibe right. It's pretty good. And I will say this, Star Wars Outlaws is not a bad game. Controversial opinion, it is not a bad game. It is by no means a great game. It's like a 7 out of 10, a solid 7, right? Though, it's worth noting that I played the game prior to the big patch that came out recently, and then I picked it up again afterwards and finished it off. I was about half of the way through-ish, maybe a third-ish of the way through the game when I picked it back up, and played through the rest of it in time to do this video. But tonally, it's there. Like, this game looks and feels like a Star Wars game. It feels like you're on a Star Wars planet. It feels like you're going through a market on Tatooine and things. It really does, and it does an incredible job of this, right? And you're taking these odd jobs and bounties to make money. It's great. It's got great vibes, right? So why is it only a 7? Yep, gameplay. Honestly, like, it's just straight up gameplay, right? Ubisoft's tried and true method of just get a map and just slap a load of icons on it and we're done. That method of making a game is long since outdated. It is a really bad way of doing gameplay these days. It's horrible games design. And I mentioned that their studios are becoming too big and unwieldy to properly manage their projects, and I think this is really showing with Star Wars. Like, this had, I think, something like 600 or so developers or something ridiculous, or something like that. But they give these massive teams massive amounts of money. Adding more people doesn't add more game, so to speak. It's not how game development works. Simply put, if I were to put 100 people working on a game, at the end of the development cycle you'd have a pretty good game. If I were to put 1,000 people working on the same game, would you have 10 times the game afterwards? No, you would not. Right? You can only kind of have 1 or 2 people working on each thing at a time. So things like combat and animations and things like that, you'll have a small team working on them, and you'll not grow that team to be much larger when you make the game bigger. It doesn't need more people. So what do you do with the extra people? And this is when you can kind of see how Ubisoft games end up how they are. You get them to just make more content for the game. So the game ends up basically ballooning in scope and size, and you get a game that they just keep adding more and more stuff. More like levels and areas on the map and side missions and things like that. This game has, if I remember correctly, it has, I think, 4 explorable planets, each with a orbital area which you can fly around in your spaceship and have space battles in. And on top of that, these maps are littered with stuff to go and explore. One of them is just a city, admittedly. One of them is just a city, but all the others are, I mean, well, you can see them landing here. They're full-ass maps, right? Full of stuff. imagine a Ubisoft game where there's 3 times as much map. It's like, just, we hear you like open world games. Well, this is like 3 open world games strapped together. That's Ubisoft's answer to the problem with their games design, right? They genuinely think that the problem with their games and the way they've designed them is that they needed more maps with more icons. That's how they're going to get you to buy their games. Completely missing the point. The game gets some things right. Admittedly, the little pet companion you get, Nyx, is absolutely adorable. He's useful in a fight, he is useful in stealth. They've really tied him into the gameplay. And as a result, he's really good to have around. And he's one of the better parts of the game. Like, in terms of like games that add pets, like the only one I've seen that's kind of as good as this is like Fallout's Dogmeat, right? Nyx is fantastic. Nyx is absolutely brilliant. But what isn't brilliant is then basically the combat and the open world. And that said, it has a good faction system as well, I'll admit that much. The faction system in place is actually really good, it's just underutilised. Annoying the factions and doing various actions against them, stealing, trespassing, murdering their guys, will lower your relationship with them if you get caught doing it, right? But what the faction system really just amounts to, because it doesn't really come into anything in the story, it doesn't really come into it, it doesn't really affect much other than just they control certain areas on certain maps on certain planets, and it'll just make travelling through those areas more difficult, and that's about it. Yeah, that's kind of it. It's a really good system, but it's not utilised correctly. The bad parts of the game are, now, before the patch you could get failure states on missions just by being seen. They've fixed a lot of that, but again, that should have been fixed at launch, especially when it's a single player campaign game. Most people have beaten the game by this point, so you know, you're a little late to the party, so to speak. It's like, okay, you've fixed the game when everyone's done playing it. Well done, morons. You know, don't be surprised when they don't want to buy your DLC. But yeah, they've fixed a lot of that, which were issues with the stealth. They've fixed a lot of the issues around gunplay. One of the big problems was that you couldn't carry these carryable weapons around with you when you were going around places. And you can now, but you'll still drop them if you enter a cutscene, so it's still not completely fixed. The game's a lot better than where it was at the beginning, but it's still not there yet. You know, it's still kind of meh. And I think that's really the issue. It's like, yeah, the stealth is still very janky. I would still say it's one of the worst parts of the game. It's not necessarily that the enemies are stupid and have bad AI, it's just the stealth. It's very temperamental, it's hit and miss. I've had times where I've been hidden like these smoky steam vent areas, and the game has been, you know, oh my god, you're in the smoky area, we can't see you, and the stormtroopers literally stub their toes on me, and they don't know I'm there. They have no idea, right? Other times, however, I have been, you know, I'll walk up there. I remember there was this one incident I had where I needed to get a key card from an engineer at a base. And I went up, used my stun gun on the guard behind him, which that's the thing as well, the stun gun has a cooldown on it that takes quite a while. No idea why, it just makes the stealth more annoying, but whatever. Anyway, you know, I mean, imagine like playing Hitman, but your silenced pistol or whatever only has one bullet that recharges over time. It'd be ridiculous, right? You know, and kind of using that game as kind of a golden standard on which to compare everything else. Yeah. You look at Star Wars Outlaws, and it's like, yeah. So I went up, stunned the guard, got to the engineer who's just starting to turn around, and I just punched him in the face. Right? Just punched him in the face. Now, what do you think happens when you do that? It's fairly simple. What happens, of course, is that the guy, he just goes down, but through a gap in the railing of the gantry I was stood on, right, through then a chain link fence, right, half of the helmet of a stormtrooper who was pulling round the corner poked out briefly and saw me from halfway across the base, and then somehow telepathically alerted everyone in the area. Now, normally the way this is supposed to work in game is they go up to they'll like alert nearby people, and then they'll go to like an alarm and pull the alarm, which then alerts everyone else and starts calling reinforcements in. No. Just suddenly the entire base lights up because this one guy saw me out of the corner of his eye across the entire base through like bits of scenery, like little bits of holes in geometry and stuff, and it's like, right, okay, yeah. And other weird stuff, like if you shoot a camera, for example, if you shoot a camera, it alerts everyone. It just an immediate alert. In most games, in most stealth games, you shoot the cameras out and the cameras are out, right? Oh no. In this game, shooting the camera triggers the alarm, because that makes sense apparently. There's just dumb stuff like that all over the stealth, you know, it's what holds it back. And as we're seeing here, blaster fights on speed bikes. Yeah. I think you can use your blaster if you like get her, ultimate Red Dead Redemption style ability charged, but you can't just use it normally, because God forbid that they just, button back the controller correctly. So you can't use your blaster while you're on a bike unless you've got your ultimate charged, which makes the speed of fights really crap. Honestly though, when I've got into those, most of the time the enemies have this real weird tendency to just like, they'll hit a bit of scenery and they explode. I don't know why, they just do. Like if you just dodge around a bit, they'll just hit rocks. Sometimes I've even just had them like not make corners properly and they won't hit anything, they'll just explode. It's very bizarre. The game gets a bit long in the tooth toward the end, and a lot of and again, it's the other big thing that lets it down though is just the open world, and it really does feel like they've put this game together and gone, look at all the content we have, there's so much side stuff that you don't care about, because it doesn't really give you meaningful progression. It's like you go to these areas and they give you components that get you part way towards getting new skills. Skyrim and Fallout really had this nailed down in their open worlds, where you would walk along, you'd see somewhere, you'd be interested, you'd go and have a look, and you would find like some legendary weapons or some enchanted stuff, and you'd find, bobbleheads and skill books or things like that. You'd get permanent upgrades and meaningful items and things from these dungeons every time you go to one in Skyrim or Fallout. Whereas with this, you get some components that you can use toward an upgrade, maybe. And that's kind of what you get. and a lot of these upgrades are kind of crap, right? And you don't really need them for the game. And it's why the whole thing's a bit bizarre, really. The whole thing with Star Wars, it's just, again, it's this big open world with no depth to it, just kind of being wasted, and you feel like that's where a lot of the budget went. It's like, I don't need this ocean of content. If the story and the gameplay had just been like a bit better, then the game would have been so much better, right? If it had have just been a bit tighter, you know, a bit more polished and things, and if they'd not spent so much time on all this other crap, honestly, half the developers could have been making a different game, rather than wasting their time making just 4 bloody maps for this. It didn't need them all. It doesn't need this ocean of content. It just needs enough to get the story through and do a couple of upgrades on the side. But that's Ubisoft for you. But yeah. Anyway, moving into the latter sections of this now, because of course they didn't stop there. I present to you Assassin's Creed Shadows. This is just, quite frankly, again, it's like bizarre, and we know why. And it's, I mentioned with Dragon Age that there's a theme this year, and I think we're getting into a world in which people are finally so sick and tired of this woke stuff that they're just starting to dismiss games that include it out of hand. So, keeping in mind that a game has come out, like, people have been wanting an Assassin's Creed samurai game for a while. I know it's been like a thing people want, but they kind of got that with Ghost of Tsushima, and the spiritual successor to that is coming out next year. I think it's Ghost of, it's either Yokai or Yotai or something, but its sequel is coming out next year, right? And it is exactly what you would want, right? It's a stealth action game with amazing combat. It's made by a small team, and it's from Sucker Punch, the people who used to do the Infamous games, and absolutely fantastic. The sequel looks like it'll, I mean, we've only seen like a reveal trailer, but if it's anything like the first, it'll be brilliant. And then we see Assassin's Creed Shadows, and it's an Assassin's Creed game. What more can I say? It's Assassin's Creed. It's not necessarily it's not necessarily bad that it's Assassin's Creed. Right, we've just got a trailer here that I've found on YouTube, which is like kind of showing off some stuff. But it's not bad that it's Assassin's Creed. You know, it's kind of like a tired formula now. They really do need to rethink how they keep making these open worlds. I would almost be tempted to tell Ubisoft to just make something linear for once, just to kind of get in the practice of keeping it lean and to the point. But instead, no, we're getting this big sprawling open world. And I remember the last Assassin's Creed I went on. Like, I went on one really early on into the series. I think I borrowed Assassin's Creed 2 from a friend, but the thing is, they kept coming out so often that I felt like I shouldn't get into the franchise, because I'd have to play something like 3 or 4 games by that point to get into it. You know, it's like I've missed a load, so I'm not going to get into it now. But when Valhalla came out, by this point they'd started doing like loads of weird alternate history stuff, and the main plot had kind of gone to the sides, so it didn't matter as much. So I thought, well, maybe I can just play it as like a Viking game and not really care too much about the plot or anything. No, I tried Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and it was awful. They somehow made Vikings boring. So if this is anything like that, which it will be because this is an Assassin's Creed game, I think it will still be dull, boring, samey gameplay against bullet spongy enemies. Well, not bullet spongy, like stab spongy. Stab resistant. But yeah, it's just going to be that as you run around a map ticking boxes by going to different locations and doing stuff there, and it's not something I care for. But on top of all that, then they've gone, and my understanding with this and the reason why it kind of failed is that it is meant to be set in Japan, but they've decided to do it about the one black guy in Japan at the time, who may or may not have been a samurai. Like, people are kind of on the fence about whether he was or wasn't. There's not enough historical records to definitively say that he was. So you end up in this weird situation where they've got this, like, they've never done a historical character before. They've had them in as cameos in the games, but they've not just straight up had a historical character, right? They just haven't had that. Yet here we are with a historical character. He's called Yasuke. Yasuke, I might not be pronouncing it correctly, but yeah, there he is. And I like the idea of you play as a man and a woman, and the bloke is the more like just running in head first type play style, whereas the woman's the more striking them from the shadows and that. And it actually, like, a lot of people get on at like how women should be represented in games, because in these situations, yeah, you would not be able to win a fight against people. Women are inherently weaker, so, well, how would a woman fight if they're going to have to? Well, you'd ambush and hit and run people. You'd use guerrilla tactics. So it makes sense. But the issue here is the inclusion of Yasuke, not the lass, right? Not this lass that's in there. So there's the problem with the historical accuracy of that, but they've never done a historical figure. It would suggest that you're doing them because you have a particular story or something you want to tell about them. But as I say, there's not many historical records on him, so not really the case here. But yeah, again, it would suggest that you've got a story to tell, but there isn't. So why do a particular historical figure? If it's not because he's got a particularly interesting story that you wanted to recreate, there's no reason. Unless you want to do a story that's about the only black guy in Japan. And why would you want to do that? And it just becomes so obvious as to why this has been done, doesn't it? The moment that you ask the question, it becomes so obvious. It's diversity reasons. It's obviously diversity reasons. It wouldn't surprise me if there's like a mission or something where he frees a bunch of slaves or something, and then goes and morally grandstands for natives. You know, it would not surprise me. But yeah, I can see why it's a bit of a culturally sensitive issue in Japan, and why they're a bit peeved at the way that their history is being portrayed here. As would I if they released a game where you played as Arthur of Camelot and he was black. I would be a little bit annoyed. But, and I think that's the thing here, it's like, it's not that they've included black guys, that they've so obviously done it for they've obviously done it for diversity reasons. I think that's what's riled people up the wrong way, and again, another L for Ubisoft with this. Truly deserving the biggest disappointment of the year. Like, this could have been Ghost of Tsushima 2.0 made by Ubisoft. Instead, they screwed it up. They've had to delay the release because of this. And I think they were also trying to release it too early. Apparently it's been going through development hell and they were going to just kick it out the door and finished, but they decided they shouldn't do that after what happened to Star Wars Outlaws. But still, it's like, yeah, okay, but it's not escaping this controversy. It's really not. Worst bit is I keep mentioning Ghost of Tsushima and its sequel because now that they've moved this back, it releases in the same year as the sequel. So, do you want this, or do you want a version that doesn't have the diversity stuff? Which one will you buy? I think I know which one I am going to go for, because I genuinely loved Ghost of Tsushima, and I did not love Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I don't think I'll love this. I think it will be an awful mess. That wasn't the last of it though. There's more. Just rounding Ubisoft's failures up this year. We then have what was it? X-Defiant. That's a game. So, gameplay here from Challenging 2 United G, because I don't have any footage of this either, not something I've played. But again, Ubisoft they've basically gone, let's make Call of Duty, and it's for the weird, like, subset audience of Call of Duty that don't like the skill-based matchmaking, because, like, people who are massive sweats and are really good at the game don't want to always have to play at peak performance every game, want to be able to chill now and then, even though it would mean that then everyone who they verse in a lobby, they just bully. I don't know, it's a bit of a controversy where it's like, people who are good at the game want to be able to verse people who are bad just cause, even though that would be unfair and make all the casual players that aren't in like the top 5% of players just find the game unplayable and awful. But yeah, a weird audience to be catering for. And this really highlights, I think, a bit of a point here, that certain games, you've got to remember, we all mock Call of Duty that it comes out each year and it's kind of the same game. I mean, it's quite literally the same game every year with very little change. But there's a reason for that. Say what you will about it, the gunplay of Call of Duty is unbelievably good, right? And it kind of, like I say, it highlights sort of like the barrier to entry on a shooter these days. Like certain genres, the reason why you don't, and we'll touch on this when we get to the worst game of the year, but certain genres, they're so well established, and the people at the top spot have been there so long that you just can't compete. Shooters is one of them, right? The amount of effort it would require to move Call of Duty from the top spot is ridiculous. Because though it hasn't innovated much in the better part of a decade or so now, you cannot deny that the shooting on that game feels really good. The weapon customization is amazing and the visuals are also excellent and so on, right? X-Defiant has come along and they're struggling to get, as much as they've like, oh, we're going to make the shooter that's for the hardcore players, that doesn't have the matchmaking and stuff like that, and they haven't even managed to get the netcode correct. So you're getting killed after you've gone around corners and things, and there's issues where, again, there's ended up being issues around matchmaking anyway, and just problems with the gunplay and how it feels and all this other stuff, and it's not present in its competition, right? These things aren't present in its competition because, guess what? Call of Duty has been around for a long time, and there's a reason that they don't change much, because it ain't broken, right? So they've come along, think they can do all this, and they've just fallen face first into the trap that is they think that it would be easy to just make a Call of Duty and then just add things. And to a certain extent, yes, but again, they're having to go through all the bits of getting the netcode right and figuring out how to, do all these game modes and other stuff. And anyway, it's ended up being middling. It's not managed to garner a proper audience, and in the end, it's been just recently announced that they'll be shutting down after the next season, sometime in the summer of 2025, because the game failed. So again, another disappointment from Ubisoft. So what's that? We're on to number 4 now this year. But of course, just to round it off on something now, this isn't a game, but again, the reason why it's a publisher award this year, because we couldn't just end there. They had to get one more in before the end of the year. And that is a tie-in with Nier Automata. Yep. This is apparently 2B, and is definitely not a man in a dress. God, look at those muscles on back. Christ alive, and jaw. Good lord. But yeah, they did a tie-in on Rainbow Six Siege with Nier Automata, and yeah, it's a man in a dress. Meanwhile, here's Stellar Blade doing the exact same thing. So another game that came out this year. Stellar Blade is unashamed. It's just unashamed of just having sex appeal in its character. So they have an obviously sexy character who looks sexy. Like, they've even got jiggle physics on there, right? They don't care if you can upskirt them or anything. You look at them and no, they don't look like a bodybuilder. And I think that really is it for the biggest disappointment of the year. I'm disappointed at Dragon's Dogma because it could have been so much more, and the ingredients are there. Dragon Age Veilguard, literally, I like Dragon Age, as a franchise. I really liked Origins, though I didn't manage to finish it for reasons that I've explained. I did genuinely like Origins, and I really wanted a franchise reboot that I could actually sink my teeth into and that would get me into the franchise, because I do like dark fantasy RPGs. I am a fan of Warhammer, not just 40k, but the fantasy as well. I've played through Vermintide 1 and 2, and obviously you've seen on the channel Elden Ring. I like my Souls-like stuff. Another dark fantasy role-playing game would be great. There's no reason why I wouldn't like it. So seeing that happen has been a bit of a disappointment, but Ubisoft, just with these repeated failures, definitely this year are winning the award for biggest disappointment of the year. With that wrapped up though, we'll move on to the next award. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be looking at is a category that I'm going to be calling the buggiest game of the year. This one, nice and simple, comes from, well, I've noticed a lot more games going into early access, a lot more games kind of, just not being quite right or ready for launch, right? And I think it's worth kind of pointing a few of them out and just saying, because I don't like seeing this kind of behaviour where they release a game, especially for release. It's one thing to put it into early access when it's a bit buggy, because you kind of expect that, but to put it into full release when it's just clearly not finished is kind of a problem. So we'll be looking at some of the buggiest games of the year, so a bit of a naming and shaming here. The first one, some of you, quite a few of you might recognise, I've done a series on it, is Outpost Infinite Siege. As good as a game as this is, and we will be circling back round to this in this little look here, but as good as a game as this is, and I really do think they've, for like a first entry into the industry and a debut game, this studio has managed to And it's a rarity that you see with this. They've actually managed to fully realise the vision of their game, right? The whole point is you build a giant base and just blow up enemies. And that is exactly what you do. You build a giant base and you blow up hordes of enemies. It's fantastic. It does exactly what you want it to. It's mired in loads of other design decisions. I'm planning on doing a review before the end of the year on this, so stay tuned for that if you want to know more about it, if this footage is making you think, ooh, this looks interesting. That'll be coming out later. But as much as, for as good as it is, there's also the fact that at launch, and even still now, it has plenty of performance issues. Some of it is just performance. When you have so much on screen, the frame rate just dies a death. Granted, I could lower the settings, but because it's like I am running it on the highest settings I can, which it does look good. It runs great, but when you start getting into the later rounds on areas, that performance tanks, obviously. It just has issues around that. I've had issues with it crashing, in particular if I tend to build a lot of structures. It has a tendency to crash, and given that that's a major part of the game where you can, as well as having your main base, you can build little sort of like forward defense structures, turrets, walls, that sort of thing. Build like a little forward barricade. Given that that's a major part of the game, it is a bit of a problem when doing so causes it to crash. So it is making this list. I do really enjoy the game, and again, I'm going to be doing a review, and we are going to be coming back to this later in this review, because I've got it down for something else. But I think that you can't really ignore these problems, and it launched with them as well. This isn't an early access thing where you can kind of excuse it a little bit. It launched with these problems, and it's taken them months to iron them out. In addition, just lots of jank on the game, like really badly delivered voice lines and just uncanny valley appearances on the characters, where as well their like movements with their lips don't lip sync with the actual things they're saying, stuff like that. Really bad cutscenes and some dodgy design decisions and other things leaves the game feeling a bit janky and underwhelming as to what it could have been. So, but again, given that this is about bugs, we're not talking about the disappointed list anymore. This is for just being, general bugginess and jankiness, but it has made the list for that. I think this is one of the buggier games to have released this year, even though it's kind of worth wading through to get at what the actual really good parts of the game are, and that's why it's kind of at the bottom of the list, because you can kind of wade through the jank and the bugs, and it is worth your while with this game. Moving on to the second place here, it is Forever Winter. Now, I've got a review of this on the channel. You can go there for a really in-depth look at all the issues that I've found and have problems with throughout the game. But generally speaking, yeah, the game is just way too buggy, way too underbaked. This could be amazing in, I'd say, a year time after it's released into early access. So it's probably going to be good sometime, like I think it was out in September, October time this. So probably around that time in 2025 I would expect this to have turned things around. It is visually stunning. And it's not just like a graphical fidelity thing, like graphical fidelity of this is pretty good, but it's that art style. That environment and enemy design, it really is more than anything else that makes this game so visually striking. And even just like matching it with like the UI elements, like you really get this sort of like 80s vision of the future type thing. It really reminds me of the opening scenes to the Terminator. But again, full review is on the channel if you really want to look at like my in-depth thoughts on it. But just kind of going over it quick here, a bit of a quick rundown. It's just not ready. There are some issues with like design decisions they've made and things like that. But again, just keep in mind the bugs, because this is the buggiest game reward. Yeah, just things like UI problems, getting stuck in menus like when you were trying to unlock things. Some of these have been fixed, by the way, but it is still a buggy mess. Certain maps I would find had a tendency to crash when you loaded into them. Enemies would sometimes spawn right on top of you when they shouldn't. All kinds of issues like that. Being able to get stuck on the geometry of the level or just falling straight through it has been an issue that's been ongoing. The AI on the characters that follow you around is just absolutely terribly poor. It's not worth buying any fire support to help you out. They are just not going to get the job done. And just being mad and issues like that has caused this game to make it onto this list. Granted, it is an early access title from a new studio. It's a debut title, so it's it gets a bit of a, not quite a free pass, but it doesn't get top of the list. You kind of expect such games to be a bit buggy, but yeah, as much as you expect them to be a bit buggy, this really takes the cake. This probably wasn't ready for even early access. This probably needed a few more. It probably needed like another 3 or 4 months just to get all the really obvious bugs out of the way before entering early access, and then it probably could have released to much better reception, right? And I think that really is the case with Forever Winter. It's a bit of a disappointment that it's ended up on this list, but here it is, unfortunately. And that said, just like with Outpost Infinite Siege, I think with this one, now it's ongoing with its development, so it will probably, just as again with Outpost Infinite Siege, a lot of the performance issues and bugs have been ironed out over time. I expect to see the same happening here. Some of them already have been, as I've mentioned, so there's hope for this, and I think we'll probably, I mean, hell, when it's finished, it might even make it onto the Game of the Year list, who knows? Because it really is visually striking, and the idea it's got for its core gameplay loop is quite an interesting one, so I'll be interested to see where they take this going into the future. Coming hot in number 2 is Stalker 2. So it's a bit of a shame to see this one on this list. It really is, because this is one of those games where it's been kind of anticipated a lot. People are really looking forward to it, myself included, and then it's released and it's just been an enormous disappointment, quite frankly. The footage here is from when I went to, it's near the beginning, in still kind of like the first tutorial mission, and you approach this barge and there's a particular enemy on there called a poltergeist, and it attacks you using like physics attacks basically, and you can see me drowning here. And this is why it's on this list, because I think these few clips here really emphasize the problems with this, right? You see, the thing with Stalker, so right there, like, you spend your time wading through like these forests and this marshland a lot, right? And a lot of the water you come across is like, you know, shin deep, right? It's up past your ankles but no more, and you just wade through it. There, it's night time, you can't really see how deep the water is, but it looks like it's a puddle of some sort in the middle, and you're jumping it, and your character instantaneously drowns because they didn't bother adding swimming, and they didn't make it obvious how deep the water was. right? Like, it might as well be like a concealed spike trap or something, as far as the game goes. You'll also notice that my aim here keeps listing to the left, right? The game doesn't have a proper dead zone set up for controllers. They eventually added it after like the first half a week, but the game shipped without a dead zone. Now if you bought it on Steam, Steam allows you to set your own dead zone through the Steam input configuration menu. You can do that, but not on any other platform, including on Xbox. So Microsoft shipped a game for their for all of their console users that doesn't work with their controllers. Keep that in mind, right? That got shipped without controller support, and you'll notice that I'm just randomly dying now. So the way this enemy attacks you is that it makes objects in the environment like fling out and just hit you, and they hit you really hard, right? So you might hear something like rattle a bit, and then you'll suddenly, like, an object will get flung at you from behind and hit you. The enemy, however, does this through basically telekinesis, so it can be elsewhere, and it can attack you and see you through walls. So you're beginning to see the problems with this. Like, when are you facing a bug, and when is it an intended feature? And the lines are kind of blurred in stock. Like, is that an anomaly? Is it a different new enemy type? Or is it just the game bugging out and freaking out? I honestly thought I was dying to a physics bug when I was fighting this at first, right? When I first fought this enemy, I just kept dying over and over, and I didn't know what it was. Because it was inside, I couldn't see it. I didn't think that anything could see me, because it's through a wall, but it apparently sees through those, and you're beginning to understand the frustration I've had with this now, right? There's lots of other bugs where enemies, like, there's issues with like the spatial audio, so sometimes enemies sound like they're behind you when they're in front of you, or they sound like they're coming through the walkie-talkie when they're not, or sometimes they sound like they're next to you when they're actually coming through the walkie-talkie. It's a wonderful system that is completely balked, it doesn't work, and then there's issues where AI don't play animations properly, or just despawn, or, you know, part of their model's missing, or just all kinds of issues around the game with this. And the balancing is very off. Like, the economy feels like everything you buy is rather expensive. Supplies and ammo in particular are pretty draining on your funds. In addition, and you can see there's no vaulting, so it's missing some basic like movement mechanics from shooters. There's already mods that are coming out that just add this to the game, you know, they just add vaulting. But yeah, you've got issues around that, you've got issues around, and again, just like the difficulty of mutants in particular. They are really bullet spongy and give you no bloody reward, so if you see a mutant, even though they're some of the most interesting enemies to fight and add a lot of diversity to the types of enemies you face in the game, you don't want to fight them because they're just giant resource sinks. The game has an aim assist that barely functions. Like, eventually when the dead zone was fixed and I got my hands on a gun, you know, I've got my hands on control and it's actually working, I then managed to try out the aim assist properly for the first time, because, you know, it's functional at that point, and it was so-so. It's not exactly a super snappy, really good aim assist. It's kind of meh. And you think, well, just get good scrub. It's like, yeah, well, when you've been using controller with no dead zone that lists your aim to the left, you know, it'd be nice to be able to have an aim assist, but it doesn't really do a whole lot. It's a very subtle one, and again, just it's like this is most of the big, most egregious bugs. I think there's like issues with quests and things finishing up and that later on, but yeah, it's an issue. And the thing is as well is because of the way, the nature of the zone type thing that you're going into, this exclusion zone and all the anomalies you come across, it often leaves you thinking, is it a bug, is it a glitch or something, or is it meant to actually be part of the game? You don't really, you end up doing that a lot. There's a lot of, just finding out with your face. You just run in, you're probably going to die, and then you just load the game back up, and then you act based on, what you've learned. It's not a particularly great gameplay loop. Like, the gameplay loop shouldn't involve you intentionally getting yourself killed to figure out what the hell it is you're up against. It shouldn't rely on you doing that. And there's issues and design problems I could get into. I'm particularly miffed about the health, where it's like, oh, I need to heal, like one bullet catches you, you lose 3/4 of your health bar and you're bleeding. And so every time you pop out of cover, when you go back in, you have to reload, inject yourself with some med kit thing, and then bandage yourself as well before you pull back out of cover to shoot at enemies again, only to find that they're just still camping that same spot, because of course they are. Why would they aim elsewhere when you've not moved? And they just immediately shoot you again, and you're bleeding again. Seems to have one of those health systems where it's quote unquote realistic in that it makes you just use lots of medkits. It's that type of thing. But again, I'm not going to get into like the design problems and that. The issues that I'm going on about today, there's just the general bugginess and jankiness to it. And it is a real shame, again, that it's released like this. And the problem as well is that this isn't an early access title, this is a full release. So it really shouldn't have released in this state. This bit unacceptable. Granted, and this is why it's only second on the list, they have the excuse of it is being developed in Ukraine during a war. It does, I'll admit, give you a little bit of leeway and an excuse as to why it might be a little bit, buggered. There is a bit of a valid excuse there. Like, yeah, it probably is going to be a bit screwed because of the because of the circumstances in which it's being made. But still, it has to be remembered that people, even if you have an excuse, aren't going to buy a broken product. They want it to be working. I'm assuming that we'll see lots of fixes for this coming out over the next year or so, but it's a shame that it's had to release like this, especially with the amount of kind of anticipation and build-up that had been leading up to it. It's unfortunate to see, but yep, it does make it onto this list. But next, we have number 1, the top spot. And of course, this year's top spot for the buggiest release of the year, and it's an early access title, of course it bloody is. It's No More Room in Hell 2. Yeah, I think No More Room in Hell 2, now it does have again the excuse of being an early access title, but I think that No More Room in Hell 2 and games like it are the reason why early access titles have got a bad reputation about them. I really think it is. Games like this make they just ruin it for all the other games like this. They really do. Yeah. Going into early access, I think generally speaking, what's expected of you is to be almost at like a beta stage, so to speak. Yeah. Almost the game, it can't just be a concept. Gone are those days. Back when early access was first a thing, Jesus Christ, like games were coming out that were barely even a concept. They would get partway through being made, maybe get like a level added, and then they'd just get abandoned. It was absolutely ridiculous. But since then, yeah, it's gotten a lot better, but it's still getting abused a lot. And I think it is by games like this that are doing that. And as you can see, a zombie phasing through the floor, through the wall there, and then part of his brain being stuck floating in the air. It's a totally normal, and then the weird delayed grab animation. But yeah, it's totally non-broken, fully functional game with perfect melee combat that doesn't feel like arse at all. Yeah. No More Room in Hell 2 gives early access games a bad name. They often aren't as bad as this, but every now and then you do get one that really, really takes the piss, and this is one such game. It released with far too many bugs, far too many bugs. The combat was just, it doesn't feel good. The zombies are way too tanky. You feel like you're hitting them with a foam bat most of the time. You get a gun out and you feel like you're just shooting Skittles at them, you know? Like, it really is like all the guns just, they're beanbag cannons. Hell, I think a beanbag cannon would at least stagger them, but yeah, it's that you properly are firing Nerf darts. You really are. And it's just so weird, and for a game that's, you know, meant to be all about, you know, the scarcity of items and surviving in the apocalypse, there was a bug where the ammo scavenger perk would allow you to infinitely create ammo, and I think there were another one for medical items where every time you picked up medical items they gave you additional medical items, and the same with ammo for the ammo scavenger perk. Now you'd think, oh, so when I loot things I'll get more stuff. Yes, that's how it works. Except it works on the stuff that you drop as well. So you can pick up a bullet, drop it, pick it up, you'll have 2 bullets. Drop it again, pick it up again, now you'll have 3. I think it gave you like an extra 50%, so it were quite a lot. So you'd eventually get to the point where you'd drop like half a stack of ammo and pick up a full stack. And could essentially just have infinite ammo, infinite medkits if you rolled your skills correctly for the character. You know, if you got lucky. I ended up finding the ammo scavenging perk, and you can kind of see me just exploiting it here. Just getting infinite shotgun rounds for the shotgun that I've just picked up. And it is ridiculous. They have fixed this since. There are other bugs they've fixed since. One of them was about if you shot a zombie, their hair would come off. Right, and we've seen the one where bits of their brains would just be left floating in the middle of the air. And sometimes you'd hit zombies and they'd just become immortal and wouldn't be able to die. It happened a lot with crawlers. Just all kinds of issues. And it goes further. Like there are fundamental design issues with this game, where it boasts infinite replayability. It is a complete lie. Once you've played the map about 3 times, you're bored. An infinite replayability, everything spawns in the same location. Like, literally the same weapons and guns spawn in the same locations. It isn't like Left 4 Dead or something, where you can go and pick up, I'll pick up a gun here, and the next time you play that map it's a different gun in a different location or whatever. No, it doesn't even randomise the item spawns. It's really pathetic in terms of its replayability, its general design. The combat feels awful. I have a full review of this available on the channel, but yeah, this should not have entered even early access. It is not ready. It just isn't. And maybe after they had cleaned up all of these, and this is the thing as well, they're obvious bugs. If you let someone play this for a couple of hours, they would have told you all the same bugs that I've noted down and that I mentioned in my review, right? They would have told you this in a heartbeat. This would have obviously been picked up by QA. They chose to release it in this state. They chose not to make it any better. they chose to essentially release an unfinished product. This is not even, it's like basically in absolute bare minimum alpha state with a single map. Anyway, I've moved the footage on a bit here just so we can see a bit more of the stuff when you start getting to some of the loot locations and get the items. But I generally think that when you're going into early access, if you're doing it properly and not trying to screw people over, what you should probably do is to have a game that is more or less feature complete, at least, and then be at a point where you're just adding like the last bits of content and doing the balance testing. Like, you don't want to be at a point where not all the features are in and it's still riddled with bugs like this. This really feels like alpha state to me. Not even alpha, like early alpha. Like it's just barely playable. Like even then, like you see my character like interact with that and then the gun goes out of my hand for a second and all kinds of issues around that. And enemies just not going down sometimes. Just, yeah, it's got its issues. I really think that it should have at least gotten rid of the bugs, because the really big thing with the bugs is that these bugs are obvious bugs. They're big bugs. They're really noticeable, as I mentioned. And when it released into early access like that, and they're not particularly hard to fix. I think they've already got a lot of them out of the game. But it just makes you think like, yeah, they released this this wasn't ready. This obviously wasn't ready. It leaves a bad impression. It makes them just look stupid. I genuinely think that they probably released this to hit the Halloween release period, and that's the only reason it went out. I think it needed at least probably a quarter of a year, like another 2 or 3 months at least minimum, just to get rid of all the glaringly obvious bugs. And then it probably wanted, following all the all the glaringly obvious bugs being removed, I think when it was getting to the point, which I think it will be getting there soon, but it should have been a case of we'll have our new map out before Christmas, right? Basically this needed to be another like 3 months along in its development cycle with all these bugs fixed, so that come around about now actually it will be getting a second map, another hit of people wanting to play the game, then coming back to it to see the new content, and then it could go into the next year and add more and more maps, and that should be their focus, just adding maps and characters and perks and guns at this point. But instead they're wading through reams and reams of bug reports trying to get the thing back up to snuff. And again, just in the state that it's released, even though it's early access, just how bad it released, like the shape that it released in, I think that's definitely got it the award for buggiest game of the year. And I think it really has been the biggest, buggiest mess that I've seen this entire year. And it's from the people who make Chivalry 2 as well, this. You think they'd be, well, you know, they'd be pretty knowledgeable in how to create a mostly melee focused first person like zombie slashing survival horror game, but apparently not. You know, apparently experience with chopping people up with swords in medieval times doesn't carry to beating zombies over the head with bats in modern times. I don't know why, but they don't apparently. It's ridiculous. I don't know. Anyway, that's going to do it for the buggiest game of the year. So, we'll move on to the next one. And now we get to the worst game of the year. So after all the rubbish, this is the absolute pinnacle. I'm not even gonna have like a build up. It's like, look, there were games out this year, pretty bad ones. I mean, this would have been hotly contested, you know. Dragon Age, Veilguard were out, there were the Suicide Squad and X-Defiant and things, games that like big Battle Pass live service things that failed immediately after launch within like half a year or so. Like, I could have done a whole thing about, the dangers of trying to create these live services and all this stuff, and done something on them, but no, there is one game that has kind of just absolutely just trumped everything else up to this point in the year. It's absolutely just ruined all the other games. It has destroyed them in this competition. Gameplay here from Jack Frags, because, well, you can't get gameplay of this anymore. I couldn't if I tried. Not that I would want to, because I'd have to buy the game and just absolutely no. Just absolutely Christ no, I will not be doing that. But again, not that you can. The game released, and it was basically a stillbirth. It was dead on arrival. But yeah, worst game of the year, Concord. It fails on, I would say, kind of 3 counts, right? It fails on 3 fronts here. The first is that what you have to keep in mind is this game took 8 years to create, right? 8 years. Remember that number, right? It's a long time. 8 years is a long time to make a game. Like, I don't think games really benefit much more after, like, I think like the best games that have really, you can see that they were just absolutely working away, like absolute just nose to the grind, just hammering away on their anvils and that, making the game. Usually the games that are like that, the best ones, have usually been in the oven for about 6 years. You start to get worried when it's taken more than that, and you start thinking, yeah, it's probably in development hell. It's probably not coming out. I mean, I hate to say it to everyone, but the odds of Star Citizen being amazing, I mean, I wouldn't put money on it. I absolutely wouldn't. But this taking 8 years, keeping in mind its primary competition here is Overwatch, right? It's a hero shooter. Its main competitor is Overwatch. Granted, they had been trying to make a different game up until this point, Overwatch, until its release. They'd been making a different game for many years prior, but when they pivoted and just said, we'll make Overwatch, they made it in 6 months, right? Again, they already had like a bunch of assets and things that they were using from an abandoned MMORPG that Blizzard were making at the time, but still, making a bunch of assets and putting a game like this together, I mean, okay, if Blizzard can do it in 6 months, though they'd already got the assets, making the assets and doing that, maybe 2 years, I would say. And you really want to capitalise on, like, strike while the iron's hot. This went into development shortly after the release of Overwatch. They looked at Overwatch and went, ooh. They looked at Overwatch, they looked at Guardians of the Galaxy, and they went, we can make something here. We can definitely do something. They needed the turnaround on that to be a couple years tops, right? You'll notice that when a big new thing kicks off in gaming, like Battle Royales and now extraction games and things, usually there's a very fast turnaround on copycats, right? Games that are going to try and sort of run off the momentum of these tend to be out quick. In that 8 years, they burnt through, Now this is the really kind of worrying part here, and this is when you start going, you know, your eyebrows raise and you're going, what? They managed to get through $200 million. $200 million. You can make one of Sony's Spider-Man games for that. You can. You could make a full AAA title for that. And it's like, oh, but this is a full AAA title. But then more reports started coming in. That was apparently 200 million before Sony bought them. Then Sony bought the studio, seeing Concord here, thinking, ooh, we can buy up this studio and we've just got a free live service game practically ready to go. And then the studio could keep supporting it and we'll make all the money, because Sony was still all in on live service games at this point. I don't think there will be for much longer. I think their only success in that arena has been Helldivers this year. But they are... So there's Sony looking at them, and they put another 200 million in. Again, this is supposedly, and I've heard them saying, oh well, it were more than that, and then they spent even more, and so on and so forth. I've heard that it's anywhere between like 200 and 600 million or something ridiculous. Like, the numbers on this are all over, but I think it's just purely because it's such a massive amount over such a long time. Probably no one's got the exact amount. You know, it's like they're trying to go and check all their receipts and like, I don't know, it definitely cost a lot. But an absolutely jaw-dropping, eye-watering amount of cash, just absolutely absurd amounts of cash were spent on this. Not a little, just an enormous, like the weight of a car in cash could be dropped on the developer's studio here, and it might just about cover the cost of it. It's a ridiculous amount, it really is. Right? And again, when you're trying to kind of run off the momentum, like ride the tailcoat of another game that's doing well, the turnaround needs to be quick. They took 8 years. And so this is their first failing. It cost too much and took too long. That's the first big failure. If this game had released in if it went into production in 2016 and was out in 2017, 2018, maybe it would have been up against Overwatch, which at the time was a fully priced AAA title. Well, I don't think it was like full 60 quid, or I guess it'd be like $70, whatever. I think it were more priced as if it were a double A game, but it had microtransactions, which is what this is priced at, or was priced at, I should say. So no worries there, but again, it needed to release probably within a year or two. So how else does it fail? Because I said it fails in 3 ways, on 3 different fronts. So the next thing that Concord here really kind of screwed up, in addition to just mismanagement of time and budget, it's the competition that it was up against, right? You have to keep in mind, this is up against Overwatch. Not just any game, it's up against Overwatch. Overwatch is, I mean, by the time this released, it's an entrenched franchise. It's got a big cult following of fans that have spent loads of money on that game, and they are very much kind of invested in that, right? And you see this a lot with like MMORPG players, especially. It's why World of Warcraft has never been kind of usurped from being the best MMORPG. It's because that's the one that people have got thousands of hours in, and all their friends are playing. It'll get dethroned eventually. I think there's been that many advancements in tech that it's probably not long now, and we're seeing a lot of things like open world games and RPGs getting new mechanics and all starting to meld together into some kind of survival crafting RPG super game that's probably inevitably going to happen and absolutely destroy the gaming industry in the same way that something like Minecraft did. That's probably going to happen, but in the meantime, no one's leaving World of Warcraft because that's where all their stuff is. That's basically it. No one wants to leave Overwatch because that's where all their stuff is. So how do you get them to leave? Well, you have to be better than Overwatch in every possible conceivable way, right? And have some kind of major new mechanic or gimmick or something that says to everyone, this is our game and what makes our game unique. And Concord has none of that. The best praise I heard from it, and you can kind of see in the footage, is it's actually got pretty good gunplay and decently fun gameplay. There's nothing particularly wrong with it. But keep in mind, when it comes to shooters, because it is a first-person shooter, that's kind of expected. It's a very oversaturated market with a lot of different subgenres, and yeah, it's not good enough to just have good shooting mechanics. I'll give you a couple examples. The other prime competitors in this area are Valorant and Apex Legends. Valorant is Overwatch, except instead of basically, Overwatch is essentially Team Fortress 2 but with heroes instead of classes and skins they sell you. Well, Valorant is Overwatch, but instead of playing Team Fortress 2, you're playing Counter-Strike. That's basically it. Then you get to Apex. Apex is Overwatch, but you're playing PUBG. That's it. It's Overwatch, but you're playing a battle royale instead of the modes from Team Fortress 2. But yeah, that's essentially it. Like, the competitors know what they're doing. They're as good as, if not better than Overwatch in every way, and then they target a different kind of niche. Do you want to play Counter-Strike instead? Would you rather be playing something akin to Battle Royale? Right? You kind of get the idea here. What is a bit disappointing as well is that when it was first announced this, it had like an actual really good cinematic trailer, and I've actually waited again just to get over through the Game Awards and also to see the last few episodes of the Secret Level series from Amazon, because I know some of the entries here are featured in that, and Concord is one of them. The game just died on release. Biggest failure since Fallout 76, but they'd still got this deal with Amazon and the episode had been made, so we ended up seeing a like 15-20 minute long episode that's to do with Overwatch, and I'll be honest with you, an Overwatch. That's to do with Concord, and it's pretty good, and they apparently put a lot of effort into the lore and into the world, and it's a little bit of a bittersweet thing. Like, I think there were some actual good ideas going here that they got. I think they'd actually done a bit of effort in crafting the world, and maybe it could have been interesting, and you can kind of see here in these cinematics, it's like, I don't know, like, who's the orange lady with the weird hood on, and the aliens, they just don't look particularly, like, they look like aliens. I could see them being, thugs in the street in an alien city, and you maybe shoot these and then shoot some others and eventually come across a big boss dude, but no, these are meant to be heroes, the main protagonists. And this is where we get to kind of, the final way it fails. So it took too long, cost too much, didn't differentiate itself in any way. And they could have pivoted. They could have turned it into an extraction shooter. It could have been like an extraction heist game. Honestly, this trailer suggests that it probably would be. But no, they did none of that. They just stayed the course right up to the end. I didn't even think of changing to a different monetization method after they were against all the competition at this point were free to play games now, which is another problem with taking so long in development, that the games industry is shifting all the time, so you get to this point where by the time your game's released, it's a different landscape. And we see that here. The final way in which it failed though, the real final nail in the coffin really was character design. Like in these super realistic trailers that are all rendered out and things, they look pretty good. You know, these characters, not bad in their super realistic renders, but you're not going to get a game to run like this at 60 FPS and look as good as this. Not going to happen. And so in gameplay they come across as a bit meh. And the ones on screen here are some of the better ones. I will go out there and say that these characters, like some of them, are actually pretty good. They are pretty decent. Like this lass here, pretty good character. The alien guy who's a Guardians of the Galaxy wannabe, pretty good. Right? They're pretty good. But they're not great. Right? They're not amazing. I think they could definitely be like a companion in an RPG. Anyway, yeah. And I hope it didn't randomly catch the weird notification noise then. But yes, we've got something rather interesting here. So I thought at the end of this, since I'm having a massive go at them for their art style and like what the hell they were doing, and honestly I do think they were drunk or it were Dare or something that they made such crappy characters, but like kind of a meme at the time was to just put all of the characters through like an AI imaging software and see if you could beat them. So I figured, bit of fun at end of year, let's see if we can beat them. So I've been using a bit of software. I don't have an Nvidia graphics card, so I've got like AMD's proprietary sort of their own image generating software thingamajig, which isn't too bad. It actually has its own install and that is quite useful, but it's not quite there in terms of features and it's not as fast as Nvidia's stuff and that yet obviously, but it gets the job done. And I figured I'd just run it through. So you can see on screen the sort of thing that I'm using. It's image to image, so you just put the image that you've got on the left and you generate one and it shows up on the right. And you get a little prompt, so we've got, you know, a black woman with purple highlights in her hair wearing a red coat, and we've gone for an Overwatch game art style since, let's be honest, they're trying to basically copy Overwatch. And that's what we get. Really good. Honestly, lass on the left looks like a kind of tramp from Cyberpunk. Lass on the right, I think there's like a hacker girl in Overwatch that she kind of reminds me of, one of the characters. I don't play it particularly much, Overwatch, so I don't know all the names off by heart, but looks similar to that. Pretty good going so far. So there's our first one. And again, this is just kind of a thing that were happening around the time, and it just kind of shows how badly designed some of the characters were. Like, yeah, we've just gone, literally the big thing I've done here is like, okay, let's have their hair match the suit and not make them an old lady. And we get something pretty good. Like, straight up, it works. Right? Not bad. 2 for 2. And it's just what you have to remember with a lot of these is, like, they're going up against Overwatch, right? And yeah, there's Valorant and Apex and things, but their characters and their skins are going to be absolute S tier. Because where do you think all the money for Overwatch comes from? Where do we think the money for Overwatch comes from? Skins. They sell skins, so they had best have some of the best looking characters in the world, or they're not going to make money. So what are they really good at doing? So here I just figured, let's just have a guy we'll keep him looking as if he's from from over in Asia. He looks a bit Indian looking to me, so I figured, we'll make him look like some kind of Bollywood stud. So it's an Indian man in a blue overcoat, shouldering a gun. I will say, you can tell that it's AI, granted, but I think it does a good job at just kind of highlighting the point here. Like I said, because it's obviously, he's got issues. There's just some random fire floating next to him, because I think that's where the orange glove used to be, and it didn't know what to do with that. And then he's holding the gun, but it looks like it's a break action pistol or something that he's got, like, I mean, I've no idea what it's. It tends to freak out with guns, not knowing how the characters should be holding them. Like, sometimes I've put in, like, holding gun, and they're literally, like, holding the barrel of the gun in their hand, and there's no rest of the gun. Like, it doesn't know how guns fit together, I think, this one. It's using the Midgard Pony XL version, which is like, it makes larger images, so the HD quality. And it's like a remix of another model, but it's particularly good at doing non-human characters, which I figured if we're doing space aliens, that's probably the most appropriate one to use for this. This one, nice, simple. Stop her being old. I tried to go for bionic left arm, because I know she's got all these like weird like bracelets on there that I can see, but it ended up just giving her like golden armor that kind of goes over her shoulders, and that it looks like she's got some kind of like exosuit thing on her arms, but it looks kind of cool still. Looks like a superhero, very much liking it. But again, they're going up against Overwatch, sodding Overwatch, and they thought that this was like, what even is this character? Like, and the previous two have been old ladies, and then we get like they're kind of wearing like American football gear sort of thing. Like, they look like some kind of generic space shock trooper, but then they've got this like weird, and I hate the colours as well that keep getting used. Like, why is there a purple stripe and then the bright blue lipstick? It's like they really stand out. And it's just this mishmash of colour coordination that doesn't really work. You put it through the AI image generator, and it's just like, I mean, first of all, I put man, because yeah, they don't look like, that character doesn't look like they should be a girl going into this. But we've got a bloke. It looks like someone off the Halo, to be fair. Just a bloke in power armor. That's what it looks like to me, that's what it looks like to the AI, and it doesn't do any weird mismatching colour or anything. This one, honestly, I think this is one of the characters that I would honestly say could just be, because they're not all, and you'll see as well here what I mean when I say it really doesn't know how characters should hold guns. You know, they're kind of holding it wrong and have grown an additional finger, I think, in there. And I think their thumb has got 2 fingernails coming out of it. But it's, yeah. That aside, alright looking. But this is the thing, it is it's a weird one. I think that you look at the way that they've done their characters, and again, I think this character isn't bad looking, right? Especially in the big really done well trailer. She actually looks alright in that. I think in game her model isn't as good as the actual one in the trailers. I mean, obviously it isn't. This will be like a really high resolution, high quality render of her. But yeah, so that'll be the one in trailer. The one in game will be a really like optimized version of that. So not quite as good looking. But you run it through image generator, it comes up with something similar, to be fair. I think she could probably be like a companion in an RPG. Like, you're playing Mass Effect. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an option to shag her, right? That's kind of where I think like the best of their characters are. And again, this I was surprised at. You run this through an AI, it just nailed it in one. I was like, oh, what's it going to do here? Because I would look at that and I think, Jesus Christ, this is a weird mess. How are you going to make this look kind of, you know, coherent, not a mishmash of what the hell's going on? No, straight away, nailed it. Literally, I just put space alien woman bounty hunter, and boom. Actually kind of works, like straight up. Would prefer the one on the right. You know, talking about which characters you'd want to do in a Mass Effect game. One on the right, please. Right? Just easily. Got Will Smith here as a cowboy. Literally just throwing, you know, black man in a trench coat and a hat. Bounty hunter. Yeah. That would kind of work. You know, game like kind of, you know, space look, you know, like sci-fi looking rail cannon sort of thing, like as a sniper, and yeah, that works. It's genuinely amazing, like what it can do. This is the one that really shocked me though. I really didn't know what to even do with this robot. I couldn't really offer it much in terms of suggestions. I just said robot woman in a suit. Like I don't even know what you would do to the character on the left to make them look like. I would want to get rid of the suit, but it's kind of, you completely change the design then here. The whole point here is just, can you make them just look better without completely upending the design? And yes you can. I also put a negative prompt in as bald, so no baldies. We're going to have actual hair, and yeah, damn, actually works really well too. Like, works really well. Genuinely surprised that they look as good as they do there. The mushroom one, I think the robot, it took like 2 goes. The first attempt it tried to make them human, so I had to really be like, no, robot woman. This one nailed it in one. Absolutely ridiculous. You know, alien mushroom woman in a battle dress with a skirt. Overwatch game art style. Boom, there you go. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Like, they would look alright in the game. You know? It's and it's just that sort of thing. Again, they're making characters that look deliberately ugly. I get that they're going for this realistic art style, but even if I didn't do like Overwatch game art style here and we said, well, okay, let's make them photorealistic, you'd get similar results. It would still change up the design to probably look more like the one on the right. And when we've got Lennox here, I've just put looks like Marvel's Yondu. Let's be honest, they've basically ripped the design off. You can really tell that they were just desperately trying to make their own Yondu with this guy. Also, I think him and that other lass would be actually, you know, the one I mentioned, would actually be really good in a game on. I think they're the best 2 characters. But honestly, I wouldn't say either of them could be the lead character in another game, right? They couldn't be the lead character. Absolutely not. But they'd be an alright, you know, companion. And the others, I don't know, maybe one of them could run a shop or something. But no, these are meant to be the main characters in a hero shooter. I think here just tried to make him look like Bumblebee, I'll be honest. It really doesn't know what to do with like a fat robot. I think they probably just want to redesign the whole, like, him being just this big tub, essentially. But yeah, when you're up against the games that you're up against where they have this absolute S-tier character design, totally unacceptable. We've got another one here, Roker, the character, woman in a spacesuit, large rocket launcher, jetpack, and bam, there you go, nailed it. It's like all of these look like they could be main characters in a game. They look like they could be in a hero shooter. Because that's the thing, we're hero shooter specifically. Like, all the characters have to look as if they could be the main character in their own game, right? That's what they have to look like. There's a massive leap in quality compared to other games that's required for that type of game. Because each one of these characters is going to have, you want them to have their own fan followings and their own style and their own unique abilities and other stuff. Like, you're investing a lot into this character as if you're making a protagonist for a game, and you have to do that like 16 times or something. I think that's how big Concord's roster is here. So you really have to be nailing this. This I found quite funny. I went straight for, since it can do beast-like characters with the model that we're using, I just figured, you know what, his head reminds me of a baboon's ass. Let's just go with that. Let's make him look like a gorilla. Got it in one. It looks surprisingly good. Like, yeah, the one on the right makes more sense. Evil space baboon. There we go. That could literally be a thing. But no, we get weird bloke on the left. Though you'd probably may want to cover up the nipples a bit. And then we get to, you know, generic guy in armor. It produces a generic guy in a piece of armor. That's all it does. Nothing crazy special. But yeah, like you can beat something like Overwatch, but you're gonna have to make characters as good as Overwatch, because that's your competition. And last one, Vale. It got her in one as well. You just put in Spec Ops Sniper Assassin and nails it. I would maybe change up the outfit a bit more. It looks a bit more generic military person, but it's not bad. Not bad at all. Maybe replace the goggles with like the actual night vision goggles type stuff or something like that. But pretty good. So just kind of, yeah, to kind of really hit the point home here, let's look at another game that came out this year, very recently actually, right at the end, that basically did what Concord couldn't. Marvel Rivals is basically, it's doing exactly what Concord failed. It has, basically it's a hero shooter, though it also has a lot of melee based heroes, but I guess we could call it a hero brawler. But it's a hero game, and it does what Overwatch does, at least as well, if not a bit better. It has full license to use a bunch of Marvel characters, and in addition to having all of these different characters, and again, like, these are Marvel characters. We talk about, ooh, you'd have to beat Overwatch's character design. Yeah, well, how about getting Marvel's character design in on this? And not just that, but they stay true to the comic book style of the aesthetic. So it's not just like, ooh, photorealism. No, it looks kind of comic booky. Looks a little bit cel shaded. Not entirely, but there's definitely a cartoony vibe to the look and feel of it, which does make it feel a bit more like a comic book game, and that kind of in the way that Borderlands does, but not quite as noticeable as that. But again, it does this, and it stays true to the characters as well. Like, Captain America here looks like Captain America, you know, they've really stayed true to how he looks. And the same can be said for all the characters. So, yes, S tier character design that people recognise even more than something like Overwatch or something. Like, This is like these characters have been in pop culture long over a decade now. It get another about 20, 30 years or so, it will be approaching like the century mark. These have been in pop culture for a long time. They've had multiple major movies, they are massively recognisable, and you go, okay, but so the game's as good as Overwatch. It has really good recognisable characters and great design, because it's lending them from Marvel. And then on top of that, does it have some crazy gimmick, like Valorant or Apex, that sets it apart from Overwatch? Answer is yes. You can have these crazy team-up abilities that you use, where you and another character work together using like a special move that those characters have been known to use in the comics and films. And stuff like, you know, well, as an example, Wolverine here can be picked up and thrown by the Hulk, right? So it's things like that. Rocket can ride on the back of Groot, and it's all in canon, it's all the lore and stuff. So it's got that as a gimmick, but it's also, again, it's got destructible environments. Though they might not make a massive difference on gameplay, they add a lot of spectacle to the game. You feel like a, you know, an incredibly powerful hero when you slice away as Wolverine and it rips through a wall, yeah? When you throw your shield as Captain America and it destroys like a stone column, right? Or as Hulk, you charge into and smash a guy and again it just puts them through a building, yeah? Gameplay here, because I've not been playing any recently myself, I've heard very good things, but it's not something I've gotten around to. I've been really enjoying the Helldivers update and a few other things the past few weeks, so I've not got around to this. But gameplay from Rex Gaming, just before I forget to mention, from a guide on like each of the heroes here. But yeah, genuinely, it can be done. This won't have taken hundreds of millions, you know, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. It won't have taken years and years and years and years and years. And you can bet your ass that this is not a just massive flop with awful, like, you can bet your ass this has got character design. That, and they've focused on the gameplay and really made the gameplay feel good to get it to this point. But again, it shows that even though you've got the excuse of, yeah, there's an entrenched and saturated market, you can still find cracks in which to get into that market and sneak your way in if your game is good enough. But it has to be good enough. It has to be great, truly great, in order to get there. And Concord just wasn't. Like I said, you're not going to convince me that those characters are worth buying skins for. And keep in mind again that it's against free-to-play competition, right? Which play as good if not better than it. And it is just about, 6 years late to the party or something. On those 3 different things it's failed, and that's why it's the worst game this year. It's the biggest disaster I've seen personally since Fallout 76, and quite frankly, I hope it will be a good number of years before we see anything on this scale ever again. Though, if anything's to be said about how Ubisoft are looking at the moment and the next games that they've got on their release roster, we might be seeing another unmitigated disaster next year. So we'll have to see. Right. That does it for this one though. We'll move on to the next. Right. Let's move away from some of the doom and gloom and things that are going wrong with gaming into the better and more, the better side of things, where things are moving more in the right direction. I think it's something very important to keep in mind that just as gaming becomes bigger and better as an industry, we're going to see more of each extreme. I think that's important to just point out. This year we've seen honestly an unprecedented amount of failure. It's really weird. I've not seen games go up in flames like this probably since Fallout 76. That was the last time I saw such a colossal screw up on the kind of scale of games like Concord and just Ubisoft as a publisher just going up in flames. And this year though, while that's all been true, we've also seen a number of incredible games. Like, usually you might see one game like this a year back in the day, where you'd see like truly amazing games, but now we get to see a good handful of really astounding and astonishing games every year. We'll get into the best game of the year award, but as I say, I'm announcing another winner here, because I think we need, if we're going to add some more awards for games that are doing badly, well, I think it's only right that we have a bit more good news in this and we celebrate the better elements in the industry, just to keep the mood a bit, more light-hearted and so on. Be optimistic, as it were. So, what we're looking at here, we've got some Dragon's Dogma again, because I mentioned earlier we'd be circling back round to this, and this award for the year is going to be the game I would most like to see a sequel for. And I'd actually not done this in any particular order, I'd just kind of loaded the footage for Dragon's Dogma up, but I would probably put, I would definitely say Dragon's Dogma as an honourable mention. I would love to see another of these. And it's definitely, and the spirit of this category, it's not games that, these are definitely going to get a sequel. I'd love to see, another Souls-like game from Software after Elden Ring, but we know that's going to happen. They've already slated a Space Marine 3, as well as an Amazon TV show, which they just announced actually at the time of recording. I'm very much looking forward to it. Apparently Cavill has finally got the details all ironed out, and they will be making a Amazon TV show, so that's going to be good. But it's beside the point. I'm sure that when it's run its course, Helldivers will probably get, it'll probably become a trilogy. I've no doubt in this. Dragon's Dogma though, and again this is kind of the spirit of this, these are games that I don't know if they will get a sequel, but I personally think they should. Dragon's Dogma is an excellent game. I've mentioned earlier when I was saying that it's one of the biggest disappointments this year, but it's all the more reason why I want to see them have another shot at it. I really do. It's underneath it all, it has some fantastic mechanics and some brilliant, just little details, like when you jump from a height and one of the companions catches you to stop you taking fall damage, or the little bits of banter between them. And more importantly, I think these little details and things like that are going to matter even more as we move into the future. I think that it's kind of pretty much a given now that once we have the processing power, we're probably going to see the arrival of AI-powered NPCs in games, right? You're going to be able to have an actual conversation with them. They'll probably be powered by some kind of chatbot that runs in parallel with the game. It'll dynamically generate the replies, convert it into a voice line, and play that back to you in real time while you're playing the game. NVIDIA have literally been demoing like this technology literally in their like big events and so on. They've been showing this off. I think it's been like a bartender that they've been showing off, talking to a potential player that will be playing and having actual conversation with them. But we're moving away from what you'd consider open world, and I will be talking about this more in what I think is to come in gaming at the end here, making predictions in the next year and so, but we're moving from open world games to simulated world games. And genuinely, open world games will obviously, that's what they'll become, and they will massively benefit from it. It's like, we think the open world is dead. No, it's literally about to evolve when the technology gets there, right? It will get there, it's just a case of when. We're already heading in the direction. And games like Dragon's Dogma, like, we think they're cooking now with this pawn system. We've seen nothing, right? The potential this has is incredible, and this is just, I'm talking about like the companions and stuff. Look at the combat of this. Like, you can see just on this, there's like the AI companions are up on the boss here, they've grabbed on, they're smashing through the weak spots as I'm covering its advance, trying to suppress it with arrows and things, hitting weak spots. There's other NPCs that are joining in the attack that are in the area. It's fantastic. I couldn't have dreamt of something like this when I was younger. This is absolutely unfathomable, right? And this isn't Game of the Year this year, you know? And again, it has huge fundamental flaws, and you think, Jesus Christ, this isn't the greatest game ever? No, that's how far we've come. But, like I say, I think that if they genuinely got rid of the design decisions that I mentioned when I was talking about why it's a disappointment, and I remember hearing about this from one of my professors at university. They were talking about games, and they mentioned something about psychology, and it basically was, it's a commonly known fact in psychology that the closer you get to something and the more you're invested in it, the more disappointed it is when you fail. If you're going to make a game, say like particularly difficult or something like that, have the player fail early rather than right just before the end. Because typically, if you get really close to something and then fail, it really annoys you so much more than if it were to go wrong right away. And I feel that's the case with Dragon's Dogma. You can see all the ingredients and they're just arranged wrong. Like I say, it just needs to put a normal save system in. It just needs to have either just have functioning fast travel or have that like cart system applied to the second town or whatever. It needs to just completely rework the escort quests, you know. The class system just needs to let you use more skills. Like, instead of only having 4 skills because there's 4 buttons that they can use, well, let those buttons bring up a wheel that has multiple skills on it, and then you can load it up with dozens. Why not? You know, there are lots of toys in the box that it doesn't let you play with because of that skill system. The Warfare class should definitely allow you to swap out skills on the fly. These are obvious wins that would just require a little bit of retooling in that. I wouldn't be surprised if modders do it. I really wouldn't. There is a 10 out of 10 game in there under the surface, but it's been mired with these decisions that's keeping it at probably a middling 7. And performance issues and other things, and it's a shame. I really want to see them have another crack of a whip here. I think they're capable of making a 10 out of 10 game, and I really want to see it because the combat system and the world that they're able to create are absolutely phenomenal, and the companion system is second to none. I really, really want to see this, but better. And I think they can do it, and I would love to see Dragon's Dogma 3. Coming in hot next, it's not the most popular game of the year, but I think it's definitely up there, and I think it was definitely more successful than I think people expected it to be, and the game is just, it's excellent, it's fantastic fun. A guilty pleasure of mine is Spectacle Fighters. You know, I really, really like Spectacle Fighters. I play a fair amount of them, but not loads. But I tend to buy like really good ones when they come out now and then. I got into them with Devil May Cry. I continued on with them with things like Darksiders, and I've really liked the God of War reboot. But this year, the game that I've really liked, and a game that I fell in love with, was Stellar Blade. I'll just give that a moment there, just give that a moment on screen. It looks fantastic. And not only does the game look fantastic, but the protagonist absolutely looks fantastic. It is, gameplay wise, it is pretty good. The game, even if you gave me a fugly looking character, this game would still be good purely based on the gameplay, right? It really would. The visuals and the gameplay here are top notch. The combat feels fluid, it's fantastically animated. I really can't stress enough just how well animated the combat is. It's fantastic, right? They really went for style. And when your character's there doing like spin kicks and gymnastic moves while just beheading enemies and slicing them open, I'm glad they didn't. And this is another thing as well. And because again, I'm pointing out the combat and the animation things and that first, because we know the elephant in the room. We're going to have to get to it. And just based purely on visuals, characters, and everything, it's fantastic. It's let down by the story and a bit of a lackluster personality in the main character. They could develop her a bit more, but there's nothing necessarily wrong with this. It's not a super story-driven narrative experience that you really get into. You know, it's like, no, you're here for the combat, right? You're here for the combat and the visuals, right? The story it's basically Nier Automata, right? Since playing this, I've ended up watching the Nier Automata anime series. I haven't played the game. I know it's quite a long it's a bit of a long game. It's getting on a bit now, and it's just a case of trying to find the time, and I haven't. So I'm not going to bother. But I get the general gist of it, and the story is very similar here. This game, like, the creators even basically admitted that it's essentially a love letter to Nier Automata, and this has been, as I've mentioned earlier, it's kind of really been established that is the case when they've gone and done a Nier Automata tie-in where you can now get a 2B outfit for Eve here. So it really is, it really is Nier Automata. Basically just, but with the fresh coat of paint. The plot's the same, but it has, again, crazy good combat, amazing visuals, very fun. The the special skills and stuff you use look fantastic, and you get more and more of them as time goes by. You know, would you believe it? Unlike Dragon's Dogma, it has more than 4 of these. But elephant in the room, yes, this is a game unashamed of being kind of in the crosshairs of games, media and journalists. In fact, it relished it and used it for extra marketing, essentially. I hadn't heard much about this game. I'd seen bits of it, it looked kind of cool, I thought maybe I'd check it out. And then it was just all over, like, games, media, and people talking about it online, and the demo released. I played the demo, and that's what made me buy it. So they kind of sold an extra copy of the game by being a bit upfront with all this stuff. And all of it is just a case of, like, yeah, they made the main protagonist sexy. I have no idea why this is such a big deal nowadays. I mean, I do know why. I am online. I'm aware. We all know what's happening in the world, and I honestly figured that we were kind of past this sort of thing now, but it's all been rearing its head the past number of years. Though I think we are seeing the back of it with backlash against games like Concord and hell, even when people compared the 2B crossover that they did with Stellar Blade, that was announced at the same time as the 2B crossover with Rainbow Six Siege, where they're putting them in they're just putting a man in a dress, whereas Stellar Blade actually looks ridiculously good. It's refreshing to see that yes, there are companies out there, though most of them are from the East, that don't give a toss. So yes, Eve looks drop dead gorgeous. Yes, real women do exist who look like this, because, I mean, how do you think they did the animations? They motion capped a woman. They hired a woman who looks like this. Who knew? Like, there is an actual real Eve out there who looks like this, but just with higher resolution textures. So yeah, kudos to on that. I would love to see a sequel, just because the gameplay was incredibly satisfying, the visuals are great, and I think that games that are unashamedly just like, they're willing to just be like, yeah, we'll give you what you want. We're going to make the characters look sexy, we're going to put all the jiggle physics and the hair physics and everything in there. If our goal is to eventually create like realistic, fully simulated worlds where we're going to have like AI driven NPCs and other things, then yes, they should have simulated physics. Everything should. Because I'm telling you now, when we do eventually get AI making games, like if you say recreate something as it would be in the real world, and you say make me a main protagonist character, it will recreate the physics. It will. You'll have to actually hard code the AI not to do that somewhere. It'll be a whole thing, but we'll not get too much into that. Essentially, it looks great, it plays great. The story could use maybe some more work, but it's not exactly like a great loss that the story is kind of a rehash of Nier Automata. I hadn't seen that story at the time, so it was all new to me at least. But I think in the end, I would love to see more. I would love to see them try something now that they've kind of done that. I think they want to move on to a sequel where they find their identity a bit more, perhaps. I think that's going to be the case. Just finding a bit more of their identity, refining the gameplay even further, and I look forward to a sequel. Hell, I look forward to seeing all the outfits in the sequel, because my god, there are tons in this. Right. But that is Stellar Blade. And that is my second choice for games I'd love to see get a sequel. I'm not sure it will, because they might be making other games. This might have just been a one-off. I don't know if they'll make a sequel or they'll... But I would like to see more from them at the very least, but I would love it to be Stellar Blade 2. We'll have to see. Of course, though, there was only going to be one winner of this. The game that I want to most see get a sequel. A game that may or may not get one, but I think deserves to have another shot at making something better. Right? A game that I really do love, and that has probably contributed most towards the growth of this channel this year. Thank you very much if you have been part of the subscriber wave that came from me making the series on this game. It's of course Outpost Infinity Siege. It is a deeply flawed game. I'm going to be, probably after this, recording a final review on it after having fully played through it. And I'll probably go into it more there, but it has obvious problems, from performance issues to design decisions that don't really make the most sense, and to problems around the balancing and the grind, and all sorts of issues. But I must say, for a first entry into the games industry from a new team, as far as I'm aware, this is an absolutely excellent first attempt. You rarely see games do as well as this, and it is pretty much a case of with this game, it is The thing that most amazes me is that a lot of games that come out and it's the first game that teams made, they usually don't manage to realise their creative vision. That's what I would go as far as to say, that most games, first time round, they will not fully realise their creative vision. The creative vision of this is build a massive stonking base made out of guns, right? And just blast away at huge hordes of enemies and fight these like giant, like skyscraper sized bosses. This game does that. It doesn't just attempt it, it manages it. It's actually straight up, this game makes that fantasy reality. It has performance issues when there's a lot of things on screen. It has issues with crashing when you try to build too much stuff at once around the base. It has issues with, again, just general performance and things, especially when it gets hectic. But it manages it, right? They've mostly got rid of a lot of the performance issues that I do still see. Crashes, they're not infrequent. They're semi-regular, right? And it can result in you being set back quite a bit of progress sometimes on the infinite wave missions and so on. So it's not without issue, but the feeling on the game when you're just absolutely smashing through hordes of enemies with the giant outpost that you've built, right, that's taken you hours and hours and hours, right, until you finally got this huge land ship with giant cruiser cannons and massive machine guns blazing away, just cutting a swath through the enemy, you know. It's absolutely fantastic. When this is firing on all cylinders, it is an absolutely amazing game, one of the best. And I'm so glad I kept with it and played all the way through it, and it's been absolutely fantastic. And again, I would just love to thank you all if you have watched the series and you did subscribe to the channel because of that. I know there's about a good 150 or so of you where that's the case. Thank you very much. And I'm going to do like a full review on it and really go over my thoughts, because it's that big of a game and there's that much to it that I couldn't do it in probably anything less than an hour or so. So I won't keep you too long here expressing why I think this game needs a sequel. Like I say, it's mired in issues, which is why I would love to see them now that they've solved this and successfully done so. Which, by the way, this is not a full AAA priced game. It's like AA. I think it's like 30 quid or something. It's not an expensive game. And yet, you look at it and it's like, yeah, it's got excellent visuals and really innovative gameplay. Who knew such a thing was possible for less than £60? You know, Ubisoft would tell you otherwise, but anyway, what Ubisoft doesn't know, right? Anyway, the point being is that I would love to see what they can do with more resources and time and money and things poured into the team. And it's being made with Unreal 5. I wonder, because it's still a fairly new engine, when they get more experienced with it and they can properly optimize and get it to work right, what can they do with Unreal 5 in 3 years from now with a sequel? That's a very good question, and I would really love to know, right? I really would. This really, it marries all my favourite sort of like genres and things together. Like, I've always wanted like a top-down strategy game where you can then join the battle as like a first-person shooter type thing. Other games have attempted this, but they rarely get it right. They're usually like multiplayer things like natural selection and stuff, and it doesn't quite work right. I think the best experience I've ever had with such a thing is probably Battlefield 2142, which were pretty good. back when it had a commander mode, which I then deleted from the game for reasons they never explained. But Outpost Infinity Siege is genuinely something I would absolutely adore seeing a sequel to. I really hope it gets it. I don't know if it will, but if you haven't tried it, definitely give this game a go. It's probably going to go on sale over Christmas on Steam. It isn't very expensive. It shall probably cost you 20 quid. I wholeheartedly recommend this. If you're not fully sold on it, like I say, I'm going to be doing a review. There's a massive series on the channel. My one warning is that it is very grindy, right? And it can have issues playing on certain machines and setups. Again, it's Unreal 5 and it's from a new studio, so performance hiccups to be expected. Probably use your first couple hours on Steam just making sure that it works for you and trying to get the setting it right in the options. But if you can get that, then would recommend trying it out. Well, that's the winner for this year of a game that I would most like to see a sequel to, and I think it's most deserving of it. Anyway, with that said, I think it's time to move on to the next award. I'm fairly certain we've all been waiting for this one. Okay, so time for the big moment. The moment that we've been waiting for. So, Game of the Year this year. We're going to start by looking at, obviously, a few honourable mentions before, got to have a bit of a build up to it. Firstly, I think we need to have a bit of a discussion on how DLC is supposed to work, because I think some people seem to be a bit confused by it or something this year. You'd think, like, we've seen the release of the new Elden Ring DLC. It has been spectacular, by the way. But I just wanted to mention, because I'd completely forgotten to mention this in Disappointments of the Year, so I'm just going to mention it now because it's a nice little comparison can be done here. What's it? Starfield Shattered Space, I believe it's called. I've been trying to remember the name of DLC, and I'm like, was it Shattered Space, or Shattered Skies, or it was something, or Serpent Space, or I had to look it up before I started. Completely, again, it was extraordinarily forgettable. Of this, but yes, it was Starfield Shattered Space. A nice comparison can be done between that and Elden Ring this year. And I'm not going to give Elden Ring the award for Game of the Year. It's not a game. But also, Elden Ring is a DLC, and I mentioned this when I do my playthrough on it, and I get to the end, I usually do a little discussion about my thoughts on the experience. And I think with Elden Ring, with the DLC, it was good, but it wasn't great. There was nothing special going on or anything like that. On paper, it's a middling DLC. On paper, very big caveat there, big asterisk, Shattered Space, technically, would be considered a bit better. And so, well, what do you mean? Well, I think all DLCs, there's two things you usually want to do. Well, two or three things. You want to, of course, add more content. This is like a second serving of game. You want more stuff, obviously. You then want to kind of build upon mechanics and things that you thought were missing from the original game. So you want some new mechanics, some new content, and you want to look at the original game and say, this was missing. We need to add more of this. And by contrast, I'll give you a good example, a really good example of this. And it's one made by Bethesda, which shows that they do know what they're doing, they've just long since forgotten. Let's look at, let's look at Far Harbor. Far Harbor. Fallout 4 lacked really good story missions, like really good narrative-driven quests. A lot of its quests were go here, kill the thing, go there, kill these things. Especially the repeatable quests, they were really bad for this. You know, everyone remembers friggin' oh, what's his name? Minuteman guy. Yeah, everyone remembers just being like, oh, this settlement needs your help, this settlement needs your help. And you just go there and it's like, there's some bandits nearby, there's some mutants, go kill them. Just the absolute worst quest design that you've ever seen. And it's just repeated over and over and over again. Absolutely awful. But Far Harbor looks at that and goes, okay, a narrative-driven quest, where choices matter, where there's multiple endings. We can do that. We'll add in some new monsters, some new guns for you to try. Well, there's your new mechanics, your new content, your new things to do and that. Right? That's what it's adding. That's what's being added here with Far Harbor. And again, it's an absolutely fantastic DLC. Shattered Skies, on paper, does the same thing, right? It adds new content, new mechanics. There's the moon buggy and things like that, right? It adds all this stuff in. Not only does it add it all in, but it also adds in some new content. And there's a new quest around it. Nice narrative focused one with a few choices and things. Ooh, it's in a new area, really visually stunning new area. But it completely fell flat. And this is something that's very important. You see, the Elden Ring DLC is just content. I mentioned at the end of it that I wish it did more, because I wanted to see, you know, proper seamless co-op finally in a Souls-like game. I wanted maybe New Game Plus and have modifiers on New Game Plus, because I know there's like a basic New Game Plus system where it just like increases the difficulty a bit on New Game Plus, but I wanted something a bit more than just New Game Plus extra difficulty. So yeah, I wanted something more than just, you know, just that. I wanted, you know, New Game Plus modifiers. They've got it on Lords of the Fallen, and it's really cool. So I wanted something like that. I wanted maybe new modes, maybe some development around multiplayer and co-op and things. You know, I wanted maybe some new gameplay mechanics or something. Mix it up a bit. You know, maybe like look into like, ooh, you could have horse upgrades, and then you have to fight certain bosses on horseback or something around that. Maybe they can improve the combat on the horse. But anyway, I mentioned all this at the end of beating it on my video, and it doesn't really do any of that. You know, it just didn't do any of that. And yet, again, I would say, because this is something very important when it comes to DLC, the foundation is incredibly important. You see, the problem with Shattered Space is not that it's a bad DLC, it's that it's built upon a bad game, right? The problem with Shattered Space is not Shattered Space, the problem is with Starfield. That's where the problem is. You're trying to build a big DLC on top of a 7 out of 10 foundation. Honestly, I think when Starfield started getting those middling reviews, honestly what they should have done is just cut their losses, not provide any DLC, don't waste the time on doing it. I don't think anyone really cares for Starfield DLC. So I would have just said, don't bother, refund everyone's DLC purchase, you know, Fox Season Pass or whatever, on the bigger edition of the game, and just can the whole project and move on to the next game. Because it's a waste of everyone's time, I think, to be fair. But no, they're legally obligated now to, because money's changed hands and they're not going to give it back. They are going to make the entirety of Starfield's season of DLC and all that. There'll be expansions and everything that no one will care about and no one will play. Ooh, you can tell my voice is getting a bit raspy at this point. I'm getting a bit of a Christmas cough, as you do when it gets to this time of year. Anyway, but yeah, you'll tend to see that, you know, I think it's they're going to do this. We don't want it, but they really want to do it, and yeah, it's a shame. And I think it's probably not going to help their reputation. Like that's another thing. Like, you can't measure in pounds and pence damage to a brand, and brand image doesn't matter until it matters. They're going to do this, and even though no one wants it, they'll keep releasing them because they're legally obliged to. Money's changed hands, and each one of these DLC releases will hurt the reputation if this is the kind of game that they're gonna, or if this is the kind of content they're gonna make. Put simply, it's too short. Yes, it adds the new moon buggy and stuff, and yes, it builds on things that should have been there in the original more often, like zero-G fights and more narrative-driven stuff and all this sort of thing. But it's still a 7 out of 10 game, and all the problems that are there are still there. Elden Ring this year, excellent DLC, chef's kiss. It's just more content, but it's like 40 to 60 hours of content for a 10 out of 10 game, which means it's 10 out of 10 content. Like, you just look at the screen here, like, this boss fight, hard as it was excellent. Absolutely fantastic. I think genuinely, between when you first face Radahn and when you face him again here, like, he is going to be one of the most memorable bosses in gaming. Like, people will remember Starscourge Radahn for decades to come. You know, there'll be statues, like little figurines and that you can buy of him, and all sorts you can buy. There probably already are. But, yeah. And the really funny thing about all this, like going about, improving games, and, you know, what we should, what a DLC should be. Funnily enough, the problems that I mentioned about Elden Ring, and I've waited, it's the reason why I've waited to release all this, because the Game Awards have happened now. Meaning that I've seen what the actual Game of the Year is on the actual awards. And also, I've seen all the announcements. And the next Elden Ring, which is going to be a spin-off, and it's going to be a co-op roguelike. Those New Game Plus modifiers I were wanting to give the game more replayability and a bit of spice. Those co-op features I were wanting. Well, the next game is basically all of that all at once. Right? I mean, sometimes games do these like shameless cash-ins, like obvious shameless cash-ins, where it's basically like, look, we're making this new game, and it's just like a reuse of assets, yeah. And yeah, it's just kind of reusing. I mean, a brilliant example I can think of this is Nazi Zombie Army Sniper Elite, right? Sniper Elite, Nazi Zombie Army. It's the game already had, you know, X-ray kill cams, slow-mo stuff going for it. It had booby traps that you could use in ambushes. You had close quarters weapons like SMGs and a pistol and stuff for when enemies get a bit close. It already had all of this stuff, right? To make that game a really good zombie game, you just had to add zombies, and they did, and they made a lot of money. and it's had several spin-offs. It's getting a VR version soon. And honestly, I love Nazi Zombie Army on Sniper Elite. And it came out at like the height of Call of Duty Zombies as well, so it were quite popular at the time. And they kind of played off that popularity of that to be like, hey, you like their zombies? Come and play ours. It's a full, like, exclusive title in that. There's way more content. Come to us rather than buying 1 or 2 maps over there. We'll give you an entire game. Really obvious, easy way of making money. And as much as you kind of want to say, well, it's creatively dead and you shouldn't do these cash-ins, and no, if it's fun, fine. I'd rather give them money for that than them have like a season pass of DLC content that adds, you know, Christmas wrapper skins to my Car 98 or whatever. Far better. And so when I see that Elden Ring are going to make a little spin-off game that's going to be co-op focused and roguelite, even if it's probably going to reuse a bunch of assets, though looking at some of the bosses, it looks like they've definitely made some new bosses for it and things, so I think it'll probably be a mishmash of reused stuff and new stuff. I don't care, I'm going to absolutely lap that up. I look forward to giving them my money, and I would rather them do this than be like, no, here's a battle pass for Elden Ring. I would have cried if they'd have done that. This is a far better idea. So very much looking forward to that, and honourable mention number 1 for best thing released this year, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, which again, it might not be like a crazy transformative DLC like something from Cyberpunk or something like that, which completely turns the game around and makes it even more amazing than it was before, which quite frankly I think Starfield needed and it didn't get. But it is it's like 40-60 hours or so of just excellent content. Because it's a 10 out of 10 game, so obviously the DLC was going to be amazing, right? It's just fantastic. Wholeheartedly recommend. And I'm very happy to see this release this year. It might not be Game of the Year because it's a DLC, but who knows, maybe their roguelike spin-off next year might get them close again. Right, on to the next. And of course, I couldn't do the Game of the Year without mentioning at least having a look at Space Marine 2. This has been, I mean, I'm a big Warhammer fan. That tank that he's looking at there, I've got one of those. Granted, it's a Chaos one and it's a variant, it's got a different gun on the top. But, yeah, it's just fantastic to behold this. The atmosphere, the care and attention to detail, they've really nailed the vibe of 40k. It's utterly fantastic. I've watched the secret level episode from Amazon on this, and it is just peak cinema. Genuinely, the whole thing. It's fantastic. I really look forwards to seeing more Warhammer. Big thing as well is this comes in after the news that finally, after like over a year of it being passed around, Henry Cavill, Games Workshop and Amazon have all finally got the fine print filled in and the details done on creating a Warhammer TV series. And if it's anything like that secret level episode, which I really hope it's like that, then holy, we are going to see some of the best Warhammer content we have ever seen. Like, genuinely, mind you, I think it probably won't happen that you'll see like some sort of crazy animated series, unless it's literally like a bunch of 20-minute episodes and there's maybe like 8 of them for the entire series or something. Because I know that animating at that level is just ridiculously expensive. But genuinely, this game is fantastic. It's a solid like 8 out of 10. If you were to just look at it purely at like gameplay and stuff, if you're not a massive Warhammer nerd, you're playing this, and you'd say, okay, it's fun, it's enjoyable. I ended up going through the campaign again with a friend and my brother, and me and my mate absolutely loving every minute of it. My brother is not that into Warhammer, but he enjoyed it because it's a really good game and the co-op is excellent. Even if you're not a Warhammer fan, this is enjoyable to play, and I think that's important. And it makes it more accessible, and it's going to get more people into Warhammer because of that, which I like. But again, you walk through and you can just drink in the atmosphere. A lot of Warhammer games are very good at this. They really do make an atmosphere when you're playing the game. They are fantastic for it. And you just look at the stuff happening on the screen, it is great. Fantastic. The combat is simplistic, but you don't want it to be overly complex. I mentioned this when I talk about my feelings at the end of the game, that it's... If the combat were more complex, I feel like you would be getting overwhelmed when the hordes come in. Like, if I were having to, like, parry these things as they were running at me, as I was slicing through them and, you know, duck and dive and weave, it's like, no, you just wade through the basic enemies while you swing your sword and only have to concern yourself with the big ones. Which is how it should be, yeah? They keep it simple enough that it still flows while you're in these chaotic moments, and yet it's complex enough that when you fight the bigger enemies, it's very satisfying. As we can see here, we've got a oh, I'm trying to remember what they're called, that one now. I want to say it's like a Reaver or something, or it's been a long time since I read a Tyrannid Codex, I'll be honest with you. I've never owned Tyrannids as an army, but I remember a friend of mine did, and I read through his Codex once because I was curious to see what like the Tyrannids were like and that, so he lent me a Codex for a weekend. But yeah, yeah, I think the one there that I'm fighting is like either a Reaver or a Ravener or something. Anyway, point is though, it's fantastic. I really love how they've done it. The mechanics are great. I think again, what's missing from it is like the reason why I'd only say it's like, ooh, objectively, it's like, even though if you're a Warhammer fan, just like consider this to be the best Warhammer game of all time and just immediately buy it, you know. If you're a Warhammer fan, ignore everything, this is a 10 out of 10, buy the thing. But if you're not, it's like, hey, it's an 8 out of 10 game, it's pretty good. And I think what holds it back is it's just a lack of replayability, right? When this is at its best, and you're just drinking in the atmosphere and the Tyranids are coming and just barreling down on you, and I've chosen as well this specific level to show the footage of because this one's probably got some of the most atmosphere without giving away too many story spoilers and things just at the beginning here. And we'll be coming up to a moment here where like a tank smashes through a door and you just open up to the rest of the city and you can see them all fighting on the rooftops and things. Absolutely fantastic. And it's in those moments that like Space Marine 2 kind of transcends gaming currently. It's like absolutely fantastic. It's like an 11 out of 10 moment. It's this sort of like brief cinematic like crazy experience, and you're thinking, how is the game even running at this point? And I could honestly have this as like a desktop background just on repeat as like a GIF when you get out to this bit. But it's in these moments that you're just kind of awestruck by it all, and it is absolutely fantastic. And that's why I've put it here as mentioning that it's like game of giving it an honourable mention. I think it's like the second best game probably this year that I've played. Utterly fantastic, really is. And like I said, the one thing that holds this back is that you can only experience this once. If you play through the campaign again, as great as this is, you've seen it. You've already seen it, you've already experienced it. When you go through it will play exactly the same. There's nothing new here. And that's the problem. You go on the co-op campaign and even then that's like crazy as well. It's not just got a campaign, it's got a second separate campaign designed for co-op, which you still can play privately. You can create a private lobby and just go through it with the bots. Maybe drop the difficulty a little and you'll probably be fine if you just want to experience it as a solo experience. But yeah, the game is absolutely fantastic. And yeah, it's in these moments it really shines, but the problem is, as much as there's an absolutely fantastic campaign and a co-op campaign with all these crazy moments, it's all scripted. You can only experience them once, and after that it's kinda, even though it goes, oh, but now you can play as different classes on the co-op and new skills and abilities, and yeah, but you're playing the same, like, they've added more levels. I think it's gone up from like half a dozen to more like, I think there's like 8 or so now, 8 or 9 or something that they're up to at this point. Still, it's like, okay, that's cool and all, but you play the game and do that level and then put it back down. It's as I say, it needs something more replayable. I really look forward to them adding a horde mode, because that might add that replayability. There's a multiplayer as well, but again the multiplayer has the same issues. It's like, right, what are the game's strengths? The spectacle and like just the onslaught of these huge hordes. So what you'd want is like some crazy looking arena where it just looks amazing, with hordes of Tyranids that you have to probably defend on or something. That would probably make more sense as a multiplayer. Again, some sort of horde mode. No, the multiplayer is like a team deathmatch thing. And it's horribly balanced and not very good. It reminds me of when they used to like tack on multiplayer modes just to tick a box. As if people went to the stores and just went, oh, it's multiplayer, this will be like Call of Duty then. And will just buy the game based purely on like, haha, multiplayer. And they do not. People really don't do that. Ooh, voice getting a bit raspy again. Right. They don't do that. Generally speaking, people just do not look back at box and go, multiplayer. Yeah, they've long since gotten wise to the fact that games used to tack on multiplayer modes that weren't particularly great, in the hopes that it would make people buy the game more, and it was usually just a waste of time. It's why you usually see multiplayer games being multiplayer only nowadays. But anyway, yeah, so it exists, it's there, it's not that great. There's some cool cosmetic progression, but it takes ages to get through though. So that's the thing, but like I say, overall the game is great. So if only there were a game that looked almost as good, with that same kind of atmosphere, which was also co-op, where you fight huge hordes and waves of enemies, right? And those huge waves of enemies could be obliterated and fought in dynamic missions that were different each time you played. If only such a game existed. And so, yes, Game of the Year this year. Obvious choice for me. It's like, hey, do you like Space Marine? What if there were a game that was like Space Marine but dynamic and replayable and massively focused around combat with amazing visuals and particle effects? Yep, Helldivers. It basically captured the cultural zeitgeist for like a month or two, even in spite of Sony desperately trying to shoot themselves in the foot with this, with all the restrictions and stuff they were putting in place around, ooh, you have to have a PlayStation account and all this other crap, and yeah, for just no reason. And just when it originally launched, and the servers were full. Like literally, the game was being played so much that there was a queue. Like that is rare that happens. Like everyone's trying to get into the game that a queue forms. Jesus Christ. Right. But yeah, it's fantastic. Before I forget, because I nearly did, 2 more quick honourable mentions that they're great, but they're not Game of the Year for me. Black Myth Wukong, I'm actually quite into spectacle fighters, but I haven't played that yet. I think when it came out, I think it was close to Space Marine 2, and I had some other things on, and I just didn't have the time, so I didn't buy it. Plus I didn't know loads about it, and it's about a mythos that I've not really heard much about. It's like Chinese mythos. But coming from like a debut from a new studio over there, very impressive. Honestly, since the since the nominations, because I mentioned I've watched Game of the Year, I should have actually started with the saying Game of the Year with Astrobot or something, shouldn't I, just as a joke, but opportunity missed. Yeah, I've seen the Game Awards. I don't think it's Astrobot this year. I disagree. As much as a good game as that might be, I think there's been much better things released this year. I would probably say Helldivers. I think others might argue Black Myth Wukong. I don't think anyone is massively saying Space Marine 2, but I think it would be worthy of at least a nomination. And all that said, though, earned another like last minute entry, Path of Exile 2 as well, obviously. Not going to be on here because it's in early access and it's only just been released, and it's in a bit of a shaky state with balance and connectivity issues, like the servers being overloaded. Talking about games releasing and a queue forming. There's another. Happened twice this year now. But yeah, with Path of Exile, I wouldn't want to be putting it out there now when it's not really fully finished. When it's going to be released fully next year, and we can discuss that next year, though it'll be already up against stiff competition with Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm very much looking forward to that. But this year, Helldivers 2, and just for the reason, I mean, look at that's just happened. We're blasting through a bug nest. I'm in the mech. I get my left arm ripped off, I think, and it's just like the missile launcher is gone now. I'm down to just the minigun. A Bile Titan's come in. We've had to call in an orbital laser to try and eradicate it. I'm trying to push on to the next nest while my brother and my mate are just trying to hold out over there and regroup with me. There's a fog setting because there's a spore spewer nearby. Bugs are barreling down on us. This would be a cinematic in other games. This right here would be like a crazy mission with awesome cinematics and stuff. Everyone's dead. I'm now the sole survivor with one arm in a mech suit, fighting aliens through a thick fog of spores. As you can see, volcanoes and stuff with fire rising up out of them in the distance. It is, again, I say that Warhammer 40k has an atmosphere to it. And they really nail that in Space Marine 2. But Helldivers, the feeling and the atmosphere of just like being on this hostile planet full of bugs and robots trying to absolutely just destroy you, it's something else, and they really, again, they nail it. They absolutely nail it. It feels amazing. It looks fantastic. Apparently, now I thought this was like on the Unreal Engine. I think it's apparently on something else. It's like on this old abandoned engine that doesn't get support anymore. I'd have to look up what it is, but it's apparently basically the fact that this exists and runs as well as it does is a testament to just how good the developers are. And they're doing all of this whilst they've also got, deformable terrain that can have craters and stuff created in it, and, You've got just these giant stratagems coming down with like huge explosions and things, and hordes of enemies on the screen. Again, it's a miracle this runs. And again, the things that this has over Space Marine 2, and it's purely gameplay. Purely the gameplay of this is so much better than pretty much any other game that I've played this year, which is why it is on this spot. Just the absolute, like, you are the stratagems. You have nothing like stratagems on Space Marine 2. Sure, it might be like you're the guy and just ripping through aliens, and sure, the actual melee combat and the shooting and that isn't really up to the same sort of standard on Helldivers. You don't feel like an absolute badass, but you're not meant to. That's not the vibe they're going for. But when you call down a 380mm orbital barrage on a bug nest, more recently, I've been just with my brother the other day, just before filming this, we tried out the new faction, the Illuminates, for the first time. There might be some episodes coming on the channel, possibly, on that, if I can get me mate as well to come back onto the game. But yeah, they are absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I think that the Illuminates, just absolutely fantastic, and absolutely fantastic new faction. They are visually, they look way different. They've got some cool mechanics about them, and I look forward to more. I think just about at this point, the game, I think it now has more guns than the original, though they've still not got all the vehicles, and obviously. But it just goes to show, like, this is just year one of content. There are more years of content to come, and they're pretty much just getting on par with how much was there in the first game. Obviously, adding them to this is way more difficult than that. They're not just, you know, top down and simple in that. It's like, no, this is, I imagine getting a vehicle to work when it's third person and the environments they create are as complex as they are on this. I imagine getting vehicles to work on this is way harder, and, you know, creating and developing them and all that, compared to just when it's a top-down shooter, like a top-down twin stick, and the graphics aren't as crazy and insane. But yeah, very much looking forward to additional stuff being added to this. So yeah, but like I said, there's right, and I'll apologise as well. Second time I've just been briefly interrupted while trying to film this, then, so I'm to like quickly mute and pause the my microphone and recording. But anyway, but yeah, there's nothing like just calling down a huge stratagem. They've recently added an orbital napalm barrage. If you want some fireworks, there's some fireworks to be had. They've started adding melee weapons now. They're a bit unimpressive, but I think there's like certain armor you can get that you wear that gives you like bonus melee damage that might make some interesting builds. And I think just as it goes, honestly, I think they're going to eventually have to add more stratagem slots for your character to use. Because if they're going to keep adding more toys to the game, because the game isn't flawless, I think they probably need more stratagems. The problem is that'll massively unbalance it, because you'll suddenly be way stronger, because there's way more stuff you can call in. Like, you know, if you can go from having, you know, 4 giant orbital bombardments to 5, or 5 eagle stratagems or whatever instead of 4, you know, it's, yeah. they would be way more powerful. Like, it's like, okay, that sounds ridiculous and overpowered, and I love it. But yeah, genuinely, you cannot beat the spectacle in this, and it's all dynamic. The stuff that is a scripted event in Space Marine 2 is just gameplay in Helldivers. The new faction, and especially the new maps, like almost as impressive as the new faction are the new maps. They're urban, and the houses and buildings that are fully destructible. If you drop a 500 kilo bomb on them, they turn into a crater, like a full-on crater. It's absolutely fantastic. Battlefield, you know, claim that destruction on such a scale cannot be done without melting your server, and yet not only do Helldivers do it, granted it's more simplistic destruction. It's, you know, building health equals 0, building go dead, as opposed to, you know, it being dynamic where you can blow out individual walls depending on where the building gets hit and such. It's a little bit less advanced, but still, there's an entire city that you can destroy on the map, whilst you're also fighting a horde of like 100 odd bugs as you call in airstrikes around you, and the game isn't setting your PlayStation on fire. Like, can we just take a moment to appreciate the level of performance that they're getting out of that machine somehow? It's practically miraculous. Not only that, but again, it's like, wow. They're managing that, but also, as I say, like, and this year, like, I think it was this year the finals came out into full release. That's got like crazy good destruction as well, that is dependent on where you hit it and stuff, and it just makes me wonder why other games just seem to be unable to do this. You know, you think that this sort of stuff would be becoming standard by now, but apparently not. Anyway, yeah, it has genuinely been one of my favourite games this year. It's been so incredibly fun. I've had a lot of fun with friends on it. As you can see, I've been really blasting away with some buddies. I think many people have, and I think that, and again, just one final thing that they really, really do well before I wrap it up: monetization. I went back to it this weekend, and I hadn't missed content. There wasn't some kind of content treadmill that like, oh, you've missed out on free season passes, no more stuff for you, none of that, no. I went back, it listed all the war bonds I've missed, they're all still available for purchase if I want to, and it fills me in on the events that I've missed and how the story's unfolded, and I just went to the new content and played, and I'd not missed anything. I can go back, there's no fear of missing out, no FOMO stuff, there's no, ooh, get your limited time things now, you know, none of that. I can return to the game having, you know, while I feel like I haven't missed tons of stuff and I'm out of the loop, and that's it now. And because of that, even though I did burn out from the game, as you do, right, you burn out with games. I've been playing the Hunt Battle Passes since it got its kind of soft re-release, you know. Hunt Showdown, really good game. I've been playing it since August or so. They've re-released it on a new engine. It's had a load of new content added. Really loved it. Did the first battle pass. They immediately released the second one, like a week or two gap in between. Played through that, loved it, getting a bit burnt out, ready to give it up. Probably not going to play it much over the Christmas holidays and things. So they've released an even bigger one, of course. Big battle pass over Christmas, and I'm just thinking, Jesus Christ. Like, I don't want to play it anymore now, because I've been playing it since August and I'm just fed up. And the battle pass, it's one of those battle passes where you really have to play it to get to the end of it. And it's all done through arbitrary challenges pretty much, so yeah. Even though they've added a good amount of content, I don't want to play it. I want to play other games release, and I think I'm definitely gonna mention this coming up in my predictions for next year. I think battle passes might finally be getting weeded out of gaming. We might see far fewer of them now, because they really are make or break battle passes. You either get it all or you fail. Helldivers does it right. It does this correctly. The problem with battle passes is if you miss them, right? If you miss them and they keep adding new content and you keep missing it, you go back to the game and you feel like you've missed out. You're out of the loop. You've not got the new guns. You've missed all the content, and it really puts you off wanting to continue, right? The battle passes are really good at retention and keeping you on the game. They're very sticky, but when you finally put the game down, it makes it so much harder to pick it back up. And I think a lot of battle pass type games are figuring this out now. We're getting into the point where they've been out a few years, a lot of these games, and more of them are closing and shutting down and failing. A lot of new ones that are coming out are finding it harder and harder to get into that kind of market, because the problem with battle passes is you can only keep one or two of them on the go at the same time, right? You just don't have that much time. They all demand time. They've got this weird thing about player retention being the one and only number they care about these days. Granted, multiplayer games live and die by their player base. Helldivers though, it's like, no, we have enough players and they will come back when there's an update. And if they miss an update, the warbond doesn't go anywhere, and that's a great thing as well. That it means that the game isn't as sticky. It doesn't keep you on the game for months and months and months, but when there is a big update you'll go back to it, and because that content is still there, you can still buy that warbond. You won't feel like you've missed out on anything. In fact, when I went back, it gave me the maximum number of medals you can have because of the major orders that are being completed. Like, you can take a month off this game and when you go back, it'll just max out the amount of medals you're allowed to have. Right? You'll just hit the cap. And it's about enough to, if you purchase a new warbond, you'll probably get about halfway through. Literally, I went on the other day, picked it back up, got halfway through the new warbond immediately, without even having to lift a finger, did a couple missions. I'm now about 2/3 of the way through. I've been on it for like 2 hours, right, just trying out the new content. I'm probably going to go on it again tonight and probably most of the rest of next week, right, because it's really good. But it's easy to get back into the game, and the game actually, because it does that with the medals when it just caps you out due to the major orders that have been completed while you were gone, it encourages you to actually buy one of the warbonds when you get in. So it's, whereas other games, they wouldn't make that sale. That content's gone, it gets memory hold, the season's over, the event's done, you can't get it back. This, you go on and it's like, yeah, I'll buy one of the old warbonds. Ooh, which one looks good? Ooh, I'll buy that. Ooh, maybe get the one where I get a flamethrower. Maybe, you know, get the one with the new melee, like, electric spear thing or something like that, you know. You can just pick it up and go. And it's as if you were never gone. And they really do, they absolutely nail this. So, another reason why I really like the game. I just really think that they've not only created an incredibly fun game, an extremely good looking game, and minus, you know, a few actual bugs, no, not the in-game ones, but minus a few bugs, again, just a game that performs and looks great, and the fun factor here and the replayability is second to none. It really is. And I think that this game is going to stick around for years. And again, keep in mind, at this moment, the content available is about the equivalent of what was available in the first game. There's a few more guns, a few less vehicles. I think the original there was also a motorbike and sidecar, there were a tank, and I think there were a few different patterns of the mech. There's only 2 at the moment. I think in the original there were at least a 3rd one, I remember. which had like an anti-tank gun and a flamethrower and that. But we're not far off, and then it's like, yeah, I'm sure they've been cooking and coming up with some ideas for, you know, what could be done way down the line in the future here, right? I'm sure they've got ideas already for a, you know, a 4 faction, additional units, more vehicles. I would really like, personally, I'd love to see some power armor and things. I'd love to see you have like a designated vehicle stratagem slot, so that you don't have to give up all your other stuff to take a vehicle. And I think that's going to be something that I'd like to see. More slots for stratagems that are maybe like designated slots, like this can be a weapon, this can be a backpack. So that it still stays a bit balanced and it's not just someone spamming eagle strikes. So that they can allow for more stratagems without it getting too crazy. I think something like that would be quite interesting. But anyway, thank you very much. Well, I say thank you very much for watching, but I think very much this is the game of the year. So if you think differently, by all means, you know, let me know in the comments. Feel free to discuss. But I'm not going to end the video there because I did accidentally start going, thank you very much for watching, and now last section, what do we think is going to happen next year? Very good question. Right, so yes, as a final thing here, I like to do a bit of a discussion on kind of what's to come, or at least what I think what's to come in gaming over the next, and I'm not necessarily going to say year, but I've got some like short and long term predictions that I'm going to go through here. So the footage in the background from Many a True Nerd, and this is from a particular series. It is not Fallout 4, this is the mod Fallout London. So I predicted last year that advancements in technology and with assets and things becoming better and more widely available on stores for things like Unreal and Unity, with AI tools starting to, we're starting to see AI tools in their infancy, not just, ooh look we've got AI, no, we're actually starting to put it to work. And these predictions were probably a little bit jumping the gun. I was probably getting a bit too excited. They'd just announced, I think OpenAI had just started announcing they were looking at AI video. They'd already shown off a few little tech demos and things, and it's not really gone anywhere since then. I'll be frank, it's just not, it just hasn't really gone anywhere. But I was right on something. I said that this would likely lead to some pretty crazy mods and some interesting things being released over the next few years. And I was at least a little bit right on that. We have seen this year the release of several major mods. Just with Fallout alone, there's been Fallout London and Sim Settlements 2. Fallout London is about the size of Fallout New Vegas. It is absolutely massive. It's basically if you could imagine a Fallout 4.5, that's basically what it is. It's basically Fallout 4.5 set in London. And Fallout Sim Settlements 2 is a follow-up to a mod called Sim Settlements, obviously, and all this added was, it basically just overhauled the settlement system so that factions could take over settlements, and you could kind of do like a sort of pseudo 4x strategy thing on the map while playing with the settlement system. It's pretty good. It's been completely overhauled in Sim Settlements 2 and is basically like a full-on expansion level DLC and then some. We're talking like not the sort of stuff that Bethesda do, where it's like a 20 quid, here's like 10 hours worth of content DLC little mini area. No, this is a fundamental like gameplay changing set of mechanics that really change how you're going to have to approach the rest of the game. And there's entire sort of mechanics and missions based around you building up settlements and essentially becoming leader of the Commonwealth and Boston. And it's like you straight up lead your own faction, and you go to war with and for an enemy faction they've used the gunners. So we have seen some absolutely fantastic mods this year. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And I think this is going to really kind of... I think that the lessons to be learned from this year is between that and the teams that have seen the really big true successes this year. Right? Because this is the next thing. It's like, okay, it's one thing to just say, oh well, mods are doing pretty well, but it's more than that. We've seen massive failures from multiple huge franchises this year, right? We really have seen massive like failures as I've gone through. We'll not go over it again. We've only got so much time, but basically some of the big things this year, like for example, what happened with Ubisoft? Honestly, Ubisoft are in a really bad spot right now, as we know, and that there's more than even what I mentioned. Like apparently they've been making like NFT games. They cancelled Tom Clancy's The Division. They were working on like a multiplayer only mode. I mean, they really killed that golden goose, you know. They had cottoned onto this whole extraction shoot thing before anyone else with Division's, I think it's the Dead Zone and it's either Dead Zone or Dark Zone, and it's a survival mode, which is like a super hardcore version of that. And it was like a little add-on DLC and like tacked on multiplayer mode, and they didn't make this into a full mode. And then when they finally did, to finally cash in on this extraction shooter thing right now, they kinda just didn't. Like they've cancelled, as I said, they've cancelled the game. And better still, they put that development team making Star Wars Outlaws. Ubisoft seem to think that they know best when it comes to games, and that they think that if they just keep to this tried and true formula, then the money will just slowly but surely churn in, right? That's what they think. They are utterly wrong. And this year, I think it's been coming for a long while now, but we're finally seeing basically everything coming home to roost for them. Like all these problems are coming home to roost because it's been a festering issue for a long time. They haven't changed their game design since probably Far Cry 3. And arguably that wasn't really a big shake-up. Assassin's Creed has barely changed over the years. I forget which one, I think it was the one before Odyssey. The one in Egypt shook it up a bit, but since, not much. It's become less and less like Assassin's Creed. And again, they seem to think that if they just stay the course, stick to what they do, they'll be fine, and they won't be. I would accuse them of just basically being massively risk averse, and we're seeing it industry wide. They put so much money into making these games with so many people and things that they can't take a risk. And I mean, Ubisoft and Star Wars are currently synonymous with this. Like, you would say that Star Wars has just been making riskless slop for a while with rubbish directors and no-name actors just kind of throwing crap together and seeing what'll stick. And again, it's been like that now a good number of years, and most of the series they're producing are kind of bad. Awful even. But the same has been happening with Ubisoft, so match made in heaven when those two franchises came together. a joke, of course. It's basically a match made in hell. But yeah, just you know, they came together, you got to see the worst parts of both, and it just complete mediocrity, the game. Again, I'll defend Star Wars Outlaws in that it's not a bad game, but there's nothing great there. You know, I've seen other games that are 7 out of 10s that you would look at. I mean, this year, Outpost Infinite Siege, it's a 7 out of 10, it's a glitchy, buggy mess, but I bloody loved it because it's got this crazy core concept that you see nowhere else, and it executes it really well. Sure, the game has pacing problems and issues with performance and the cutscenes and animations and that they just completely suck. It has issues, but the actual base building and seeing your cruiser cannons blow up a giant city-sized mech is kind of awesome, you know? It manages to fully accomplish its core concept. So it might be a 7 out of 10, but it's really good. It's there purely because there are basically buggy technical and design issues, and if it weren't for that, honestly, it'd be a 8 going on 9, I think, if it were, you know, if it were basically tightened up a bit and kind of just had a performance pass off, you know, performance pass off 5. Ubisoft, at this point, it's hard to say they don't deserve what they're going to get. I think next year, and we'll circle back to this as we go through here, but I think next year everything is kind of riding on Assassin's Creed, and it's not looking great for them. I kind of mentioned all this when I was saying that they were the most disappointing game this year, so I'm not going to go over it all again, but being risk averse is a risk in itself, right? Not taking a risk is a risk, right? I think we're beginning to see that a 7 out of 10 when you're putting this much of a budget behind a game is no longer acceptable. Apparently Star Wars Outlaws, again, even though I'll keep saying it's not a bad game, it's a perfectly alright game. Perfectly good. 7 out of 10. It got 1 million sales and probably barely even earned back what it cost to make. If that. They will have struggled with this. They really will have. And to kind of then basically follow this up, we've been discussing Concord, and again, just another thing that we're seeing across the industry right now. Concord is a perfect example of trend chasing, right? It can be done, it can be done correctly, it can be done well. You look at Concord and yeah, it tried to be Overwatch. Okay, what makes you unique? What makes you good? Why should I play you instead of Overwatch, where all my stuff is and where all my friends are? Keeping in mind that it's also a paid game, not free to play, so you know, you'd have to convince your friends to put, you know, 40, 50 quid or whatever it was down on it. It's a hard sell when Overwatch is right there and free to play. You know, it's... what can I say? Concord is a very, very hard sell. And their answer was, well, you know, what do you do that's unique? Nothing. Absolutely bloody nothing. In fact, it does a lot of things worse. So, why bother? And how did it cost that much and take so bloody long? It's absolutely beyond me. This trend chasing can't continue. It's something that the industry... I say it can't continue, but it will. The industry seems to keep screwing up on this and kind of forgetting the lesson it learnt every decade or so. Maybe a bit less. The exact same happened when League of Legends released. Everyone wanted to be League of Legends, everyone were releasing games like it, everyone wanted to release a MOBA. There must have been a dozen or more MOBAs just coming out every other month, and League of Legends basically just left a trail of corpses. The only MOBAs that are still that managed to stay the course with all this. League of Legends, because it was first come best dressed. Dota 2 managed to stick the landing on it. That's still around because it's backed by Valve. It's absolutely massive. It's backed by Valve, and they did get on the scene fairly early on as well. It's also, easy to say as well that it's pretty good. They're not there because they're bad games. They're there because they're very good. And then there was Heroes of the Storm, which has since kind of dropped off. They no longer officially support it now. It's kind of just running in like a maintenance mode, but Heroes of the Storm managed to get third place in that due to mostly the basically backlog of characters that Blizzard have got. As I mentioned, they're pretty good at character design over at Blizzard. It shows in Overwatch, and yeah, it managed to get them a MOBA for a while. Then they kind of just gave up on it and let it die, so they're lost, but yeah. Trend chasing though, it will continue to happen, but I think a lot of companies in the industry, if they are going to trend chase, like, you have to have a very fast turnaround on that sort of stuff, and you want to try and innovate and not just copy. We'll see it keep happening again and again, but hopefully a few people might wake up to it more. Because it's one thing to trend chase and just copy everyone else, and it's another thing to innovate and really improve on things and release a better product, which they don't often do. Moving swiftly on though, next I think we have to kind of talk about the elephant in the room, or maybe it would be better to say the dragon in the room. This footage here is of a little game that caused a bit of controversy. Just a little. And just as Dragon Age caused a load of controversy for being woke, this did the opposite. This, and funnily enough, I've since gone and completed the game for a second and third time and got the platinum, all the second versions of all the outfits and the Mark II versions of the gears and exospines, and basically got all the collectibles, all the achievements. Very much enjoyed myself with this, but yeah, this is Stellar Blade, a bloody brilliant game. Again, not like Game of the Year, most amazing thing ever material, but an absolutely solid title. That if you want a game that's just all about the aesthetics, this is what you want to see, right? It's got style, it really has its style, it's got substance to it. It's a very good game, right? It absolutely kicks ass on just the and this is the thing, it's not just that it looks good, and damn does it look good, but it's also, in addition to that, the gameplay is amazing. Like, it wouldn't have done as well as it did if it were just some kind of, hot waifu simulator. There's a dime a dozen of them on Steam. If you just, tick it to display not safe for work titles, you'll find a bunch, they're crap. This is an actually really, really good game. And what's quite funny as well is Sony apparently made them censor some of the outfits. There was a bit of controversy about that. And they managed to, after a bit of fan outcry, backing them up. And always keep this in mind, if you don't like something in a game, as much as people have a go at like gamer nerd rage and such, yes, the developers do hear you, and if they go to their publisher saying, look at all these fans who hate this, can we make the change? It gives them clout to do that. It worked for Helldivers with Sony, and it's worked here with Stellar Blade again with Sony. Right? I mean, Sony this year are coming out looking quite foolish. They were wrong with Concord, they were wrong with Helldivers, they were wrong with Stellar Blade, and the gamers and the developers were correct. Except with Concord, the developers were wrong there. Anyway, but Stellar Blade is a stellar game, and it looks gorgeous. You'll see in the cutscene here, it's just drop dead gorgeous as a game. From when you're fighting with all the moves and that, and everything going about you. But why am I bringing this up? Right? Style and aesthetic matter. Whether it is, in this case, the absolute badass scene we've got here with Eve coming out of the escape pod or drop pod, whatever it is, and just charging forward, and you're getting just this awesome scene at the beginning of the game where you're just smashing through this beachhead like it's, you know, World War X in the future, and you're taking over Normandy on the beach or something. It's like, whether it's that or if it's the style and substance we see in Warhammer 40k, right? Where you've just got, you know, giant guys in massive armour and skulls everywhere. Whether it's one or the other, you know, it's, this stuff matters, right? It matters. And what we saw with early this year with Dragon Age Veilguard, it was an absolute betrayal of its property. It really stabbed fans in the back and smiled as it did it. Hell, I'd say even stabbed them in the front. But it really, really just disrespected the property, the brand, and did essentially enough damage that I think Dragon Age has done. Like, it were on, what, like a 10-year hiatus, they resurrect it and it just bombs. EA aren't going to bring that back. The studio have probably killed that game. BioWare have basically, well, the new BioWare, because a lot of the old devs that will have worked on previous Dragon Age games, they'll have long since have left the company. What we're seeing is a new BioWare that will basically just, they have destroyed Dragon Age, and they'll continue to destroy their franchises. Apparently they're working on a Mass Effect game next, assuming that they don't get just devoured by EA for this terrible loss that they've done. The funny thing is Dragon Age got a 7 out of 10 on Steam, and in a lot of reviews and so on. And people, the funny thing is I've seen people say that it's a bad game with kind of meh gameplay, and I've been through all this as we were discussing earlier in what I think is one of the most disappointing things of the year. But it really does hold true. It was a bit of a breath of fresh air when I saw Angry Joe give it a 3 out of 10. Because I was thinking, yeah, I think that's more reflective of a lot of people's feelings. I think personally, it is a 7 out of 10 game, but the amount of preachy wokeness in there probably drops it to at least a 5. It is it's not particularly good. And while it seems there's a lot of content, it's a lot of slop. I can understand why he gave it a 3. I might even agree. But yeah, just again, you compare a game like that with the style we're seeing on display here from Stellar Blade, and just the spectacle of it all, and even what we're seeing things like Warhammer and other games that have come out this year where it just looks fantastic, the characters are amazing, and I pick out Stellar Blade in particular because this was kind of being advertised almost as like anti-woke this year. And I think we're getting to a point where we're seeing a change in the culture at the moment. I don't particularly like the idea of getting into politics much on the channel, and I'm not really going to here. We're going to try and keep it to just this, but I think that American elections in this year are indicative of a change in the air. But to keep it to gaming, I think that there's a couple of things that we can kind of draw on here that kind of show that yes, this has made its way into gaming as well. Because as I say, Stellar Blade, kind of selling itself on a bit of sex appeal, does well, right? Other games that didn't do this have not done as well, right? Dragon Age and Concord this year, but a really notable one to do with Stellar Blade is the 2B DLC, the Nier Automata tie-in. You can get an outfit in this game, well, a set of outfits that make your character look like 2B. It's reasonably priced and it's pretty good. They did a very good job, right? And at the same time, Ubisoft, who have been having an excellent year, and I mentioned it earlier with them, but they released their own. And of course, it's trash and it's a man in a dress. And we just, when you look at that, it's like, you can easily see which way the wind is blowing. You know, that really is, you know, it's indicative of what's happening. But if that isn't enough, I was actually going to say something else about all this. Right up until the very end. You see, I was going to say it's not impossible to still do woke stuff. I think we're just going to have to, if people want to do that sort of game, they're going to have to advertise it openly, not try to deliver it in the game underhandedly, and market it at people who actually want that. And if you can find a small niche audience that do, then maybe you can just kinda just make and, you know, just create and enjoy that type of experience. It's perfectly possible. However, there were games that were doing that we're going to use as an example. This year, Life is Strange released its 4th game in the franchise. And it's been one of these games where it's been like almost the biggest game to prove that you can actually still be woke and inclusive and successful. And it's mostly been marketed itself at, I think, teenage girls, but whatever. If that's who you're going to sell to, that's who you're going to sell to. It's had multiple sequels, so it must be doing pretty well. Until this year. I think one of the higher ups, like one of the big creatives, or it might have even been the CEO, was a bit unsure about adding a trans character that the writers wanted to put in, and they didn't want to go through with it. And when they were telling the team this, there were a bit of a uprising about it, and the team said that they wanted it in, and eventually this one guy who was saying no gets the sack. He's stepped down from his position and he's being replaced. Someone else is doing that job now. Surprise, surprise, this year their game didn't do well enough, and I think it's the studio itself has disbanded or something was the last I heard of it. So yeah, straight up, even the woke game, the premier woke game, is done this year. It's just gone. Right? I think that's probably the biggest sign we're going to see that this is done in gaming. Which brings me back to Assassin's Creed Shadows. They could have made a game about just some made-up protagonists. That's what they usually do. If you're doing a historical protagonist, that suggests you have a particular story to tell, but the records on Yasuke are not particularly good. They're spotty at best, and it's unsure as to even if he was an actual samurai. And questions then arising about, well, why are you doing Yasuke then? He's the one black guy in Japan. Why on earth would you want to do a story about him? We know the reason. We all know the reason. That's the thing. There's no denying that this was done for diversity reasons. They wanted to see a black guy star in an Assassin's Creed game. And that's what they're going to make happen, basically. They want to attempt to bastardize Japanese culture and do so on the altar of woke, and well, we'll see if Ubisoft's still around as a company next year. they're literally just, they failed at everything else this year, and they are now dependent, a massive multi-million dollar company, right, on the brink of going bankrupt, having to take it private and sell all their IPs and then get out of the industry entirely, right, might be banking on an Assassin's Creed game that's going to have DEI involved, and they're banking on that not sucking. Right. I would not be surprised if he's just going around browbeating the natives, and it would not surprise me if there are many missions involved where he goes around and frees slaves or something, and it'll be really on the nose and he'll go morally grandstanding about it. The thing is, these games are usually the thing that you see, and you see this with Dragon Age. If there's a bit of it, there's usually a lot of it. All you're seeing is the tip of the iceberg, right? You see they, them pronouns, and you see pink hairdos, and you see, you know, the makers of it have all their pronouns on Twitter and all this stuff. It should worry you, because that usually means, because for them to change the protagonist of Assassin's Creed, you'd have to be pretty high up at the company. You'd have to have a lot of clout to make that creative decision there, right? This isn't done by one of the people lower down. This is a company, at Ubisoft, they have 20,000 employees. Someone very high up made that decision. And if they're up there, what kind of people do we think they're hiring in the positions below them, right? If they're asked to go into any meetings or things like that where they help with hiring, we know what type of people they're hiring as well. One person gets in, many more follow. A creative decision like this is very much, as I say, indicative of there being many creative decisions and changes below, and many positions below them that are all just filled to the brink with just the same woke BS. And it's what we're going to get. That's what we're going to get this year. I think that these games will fail. I think Ubisoft will go under. And I would be wary of GTA. I think it could go either way. We have to keep in mind that I think like the largest studio working on that is in California, and they will lean that way politically. Because what wokeness is it's a kind of almost weird Californication that's kind of passing virally through the internet. You know, it's kind of that sort of culture mixed with various things that's leaked out of American universities and all culminated in this woke movement. It's a whole amalgam of things, and it's very inconsistent and incoherent at the best of times, but yeah. Everyone else in the world doesn't want to hear about Californian issues. I think it's easy enough to say that. And I think it's getting to the point, because even now it's like, I wouldn't normally want to talk about anything political on a gaming channel. But even I feel like I can talk about this now and not have to worry about, you know, getting a channel ban or something ridiculous. It's just at that point where people are sick to the back tooth of all this. They really are. GTA cannot exist because it's basically a massive tongue-in-cheek take on everything American, and it's humorous, it takes the piss, it's what makes it great. It cannot coexist with a woke culture in that studio, or in any of their support studios. So basically, if they've even made an attempt to make that game woke, it will completely, most likely just ruin it. We'll see. Hopefully they've resisted, but I think that between that and Assassin's Creed Shadows, we're really going to get like a bit of a weather bell on the whole situation. You know, we're gonna get a rain check. You know, is it done for good? If GTA has rejected it, if they have just wholesale rejected anything woke in that game, or better still, even started mocking it openly, because I mean, seriously, it's a game about parody and humour and stuff. You know, it's meant to be kind of tongue-in-cheek. Again, sort of parody of American culture and that. Really, they should be taking the piss out of this stuff. We'll see if they feel like they can. And we'll see if Assassin's Creed literally destroys Ubisoft, which if it does, I think that's the woke movement over in games. Everyone's going to see what's happened to all the games to do with Sweet Baby Inc. They're going to see what's happened to Concord, they're going to see what's happened to Ubisoft if Assassin's Creed fails. And not just if it fails, like, that has to be Game of the Year next year to stop them from going under. It has to be. Their sales are so far in the toilet, like they've gone up around the U-bend, it's down the sewers, their sales. They need to claw their way out of that with literally Game of the Year next year, and their lineup is Assassin's Creed Shadows. I don't think there's even anything else planned. Hell, they're planning to shut down X-Defiant next year. They're actually going to lose games as much as they're going to gain them. It's ridiculous. Right. But I think that just about does it with what's going wrong in gaming. So, having seen what's going wrong, let's talk about the things that are going great. What does this teach us? Because it's important to learn from these lessons. It's a risk to not take risks. You cannot be risk averse. You have to look at the gaming industry and be like, right, what could we do next? What's the next big thing? Right? We're going to see budgets tightening and smaller teams. It makes sense. And a lot of teams, especially in the West, a lot of games industry workers are all in, for whatever reason, they're all in places like California. You know, over in Silicon Valley. Absolutely loads of them there. And if they're not in Silicon Valley, they're in like capitals around the world. You know, over here a lot of them are London based. In you know, over on continent there'll be lots of them based in, you know, Berlin and Paris and so on. You can remote work these days. I think to save money, because it's like, yeah, you can pay people less if they live in a low income area, right? They can still live like kings in a low income area if they can work there, right? They can still have a, you know, you can pay them a lower wage if they can live in a different area. So giving them the ability to work from home, for example, we could be seeing a lot more work done from home. We'll be seeing more work from coming from places abroad where it's just cheaper for people to live, and we're already seeing a lot of competition coming in from China and Korea. We're seeing a lot of competition coming in from there, where they're hungrier for it. Stellar Blade that we're just showing off is a Korean game, if I'm not mistaken. It's like, yeah. Black Myth Wukong this year, Chinese company, right? Tencent are probably bigger than any of our publishers over this way. They're absolutely gargantuan. And we're just seeing this trend of, again, like, places in low income areas where they can pay people lower wages while still them being able to have a good quality of living in that. It just makes sense. I think we're seeing as the industry has the ability to just not have to be work from office and you can go work from home now, we might see a lot more of that. I think as well we're going to stop seeing these giant bloated mega games. I think AAA gaming is going to pull back a lot. Like, there's not lots they've got over smaller games anymore. The gap in graphics is shrinking. And they're really going to have to rely on just the amount of stuff they can put in games, and the amount, and getting like it really polished and adding way more features and things. They can't just rely on graphics. Speaking of, with these things, we're looking at a bit of a live stream that I caught some of recently, which was this is for Skyrim Novus. But yeah, we'll forward it on a bit there because I think it's just studying that bit. But this kind of emphasises my point about, you know, mods are going to become a big thing now, because people are getting way better at it, the tools are getting way better for it. But we're going to see a lot more big and crazy looking projects coming from essentially mods and indie teams and other such projects, because the tools now are getting so good that even small teams can work on something like Unreal Engine 5 and make something that looks like a AAA game. And that's what we're seeing. These giant budgets, perfect example this year, Star Wars Outlaws, where it's got 600 odd people working on it. It's got about 3 times as many as it needs. And well, what are they all going to do? Well, they all just add more map markers to the map. Oh look, more places to explore. There's like 4 different planets full of map markers, and it's like, you needed one. One would have been enough for a full game. And they just kept adding because they've got so many people there. Our game will be good because of the sheer amount of it isn't good enough anymore. I think smaller, tighter experiences that are more mechanically focused and focused on making a really good experience rather than just an incredibly large and lengthy one, I think are going to be where people are going to go with this. I think look at companies and developers like Arrowhead, who made Helldivers, and Saber, who are making Space Marine 2, among other things as well. Like Space Marine 2 is like one of several games they're making. I think they've got like a bunch of small teams essentially working on a load of different stuff over there. And yeah, they seem to have their fingers in a lot of pies, which is how you do it. Small teams working on more. You want more creative risk and less financial risk, I think it's like the stats of the industry are out of whack at the moment. They're taking on too big of a financial risk while not taking a big enough creative risk, and they kind of need to swap around. But that said, that's the way I think we're going to go. There's a few last bits. We're seeing more tools develop. I mentioned last year that AI is becoming a thing. I think that the development is starting to slow down on that, and it's petering out. We're yet to see it really take hold in gaming. I think AI is just moving too quick for it to be used yet, because by the time you've figured out and created some kind of working pipeline to getting it work in your games, a new version of the AI is released. And there's not proper official tools really yet, so we're getting there. We're beginning to see like the first few tools in that release, but I do think it won't be long until we're seeing some really crazy stuff being made with AI, and not just like, hey, let's replace all of our art assets with AI generated ones that look really weird and wonky. I'm more on about, like using it to simulate dynamic conversations with NPCs, for example, and generate voice lines for them on the go. I think that, you'll hire a voice actor, get them to just talk into a microphone for a long time, and then you buy the rights to use their voice for that title, and then that NPC can have dynamic conversations with you. I think that's probably how it's going to end up working when they eventually get around to doing this sort of thing. But I think it's probably a lot further down the line than we think. But again, we're seeing the beginnings of these tools, and I think one thing we're going to see over the next few years, I mentioned it last year, but we are going to see a combination of these things like AI, but also just engine developments, making a big impact on just kind of acting as a force multiplier for small teams. As I said, I mean, you look at this. This is, so Skyrim Novus is going to be a collection of mods from basically for Skyrim. But yeah, it's basically thousands of really good quality mods that do everything from little things to very large things. You know, from full city conversions to to just making the grass textures look better. And it's a huge collection of these all put together in essentially one giant mod pack, and that mod pack is then, like I say, it's all put together by this one guy, and it's released on the Skyrim Novus website. It's the culmination of thousands of mods from hundreds of mod makers, and you end up with a game that, even though it's running on the creation engine, the thing that Bethesda use, it somehow looks as good, if not better, than, you know, brand new Unreal Engine 5 releases. It's absolutely ridiculous that it can look as good as this years down the line after the release of Skyrim, right? The ability for people to do this on their own is insane, right? And I think, you know, and it's why I've chosen to put this as footage on the background, because it really kind of highlights the point here, right? I saw the Unreal Engine 5 demos earlier this year. I think it was like for the 5.5 version or something, but it's the next version that's coming out. And it's showing the lighting, and they use like new path tracing techniques and other things, and it's practically just realistic. It's real lighting at this point. I mean, you look at this right now. This practically, that looks real to me. That looks like it's ray traced or something. I don't know. It's incredible, right? We're getting to a point where there's not much more we can eke out of graphics. I think there's still a fair bit that you can get from, say, character models. There's still a lot of uncanny valley character models going off in a lot of games, but we're getting to the point where, especially with like photogrammetry being used for texture and model creation and stuff, we're getting to a point where it looks pretty much as good as it's gonna look, right? And the only way we can get those like final little bits of better graphics out there is literally by like creating like a realistic lighting model that somehow runs in real time, which isn't feasible. Like it will be a long time before we can brute force that with just raw computing power. So we're seeing diminished returns, and we've been seeing them for a long while. So the question is, what do you do if you are basically wanting to make a new game, but it's like, okay, we want to make this new game, but just making the graphics better isn't going to sell it anymore. And AAA companies especially have to be thinking about this, because that used to be their thing. It's like, okay, we might not be as, you know, nimble and creative as the smaller indie companies that kind of have to be like that just to survive, but we have big budgets and crazy good looking games, and they're super polished, really good performance things. When that stops being the case, because everyone's just using basically Unreal 5 as if it were middleware, right? And everything looks good, right? Then what are you going to kind of use to say, no, our game's better, promise? And I think there's a few ways we can go. I mentioned like NPCs driven with AI and things. That could be one way. Like the idea of like simulating a world, and I think role-playing games, and especially RPGs and role-playing games and especially open-world games are going to benefit from this. As we become better at simulating things and not just like NPCs and behaviours, but things in the world. You know, like your character walks through a river and their clothes get wet. You know, but if you get struck by light, you know, if someone like uses a lightning spell on you, it does more damage. You know, basically turning it so that you're not just playing something like Skyrim, but it's almost like you're playing The Sims at the same time, where you're managing your character and their needs and their wants, and every other NPC is being simulated at the same time. Right? There's actually a competitor to The Sims as well coming out, I think next year. I think it's called like Inzoe or something. But it's again a Korean-made game. We're noticing a pattern here, where it's basically The Sims, but it simulates a city, like it full-on simulates it. You know, they've got businesses, there's car accidents, people are getting married, starting relationships and other stuff, and it's got a full-on like house design and other stuff, and they released a character creation demo which were crazy, and we're seeing this sort of stuff happening, and it's like, yeah, we're moving towards these simulated worlds. You look at like Helldivers or Space Marine 2, and it's like, yeah, the amount of stuff you can get on the screen whilst keeping the graphics to look absolutely crazy is unreal now. Right? And you're getting to the point where it's like, would you rather have the graphics look, you know, 2% better, or would you rather have like a giant army of like 100 NPCs running towards you in this huge war that you're having? You know? Or, you know, would you rather have a horde of, you know, 20 zombies but the graphics look really good, or the graphics still look pretty good to the point where you can't really notice the difference that much, but there's now, you know, 500 zombies barreling down on you? Yeah? We're getting to the point where I think we're going to see simulations in games become bigger and bigger and more impressive, rather than it being focused on graphics, because we're getting to the point where we're not hitting peak graphics, but it's costing a lot more resources to get a lot less out of it. The reason why I've been going graphics for so long is because it's very visual. It's extremely visual. You can see the game is good, you can see that it's got good graphics. If a game has really good simulated stuff going on in the background, it's kind of hard to show that off in a trailer and get people talking about it. It's why there's been so much emphasis on graphics for so long. But we are going to have to kind of choose which path to go down in a fork in the road now. I think we're going to see, again, bigger simulations, lots more physics stuff going on in games, and more NPCs on display, more like simulation stuff going on in the background. We'll start transitioning from open world games to simulated world games. Right, and one interruption later. Right, but yeah, as we're saying, simulated world games, we're going to move towards those. We're going to start seeing where you'll even have like cause and effect things in games where, oh, if you kill all the wolves for the villagers that have been attacking them on the roads nearby, then you see a massive uptake in the rabbit population in the area, and it starts getting out of hand and they're destroying the farmers' crops, and so you have to then get called out to cull the rabbits. But if you then ignore that quest because you're too high rank at that point and the reward's rubbish, then wolves come back to eat the rabbits that are in the area, and you end up with the wolf problem again. So, you know, stuff like that. You know, maybe you'll go to a town and there'll be a quest to investigate a series of murders, but you ignore it, and a while later suddenly a necromancer appears outside of town, and it turns out that's where it's all been going. And maybe all this will happen, you know, based on time that you spend elsewhere. Like if you ignore the quests too long, they escalate and lead to other cause and effect things. Maybe if you actually kill the village blacksmith, that's it, the village blacksmith is dead, but eventually someone might come and buy his shop and you'll be able to go over and take over from him. We're seeing a bit of it here. I mean, they've got a full-on clothes washing animation, and the character has to actually stay clean in order to prevent, I think, probably disease and probably increase speechcraft and things while they're at shops and so on. I think I've heard like of a similar mod to this, so I'm assuming that it's that one. But yeah, you'll see stuff like this. You won't just play the game, you know, you won't be the chosen one going in after a quest. I mean, maybe you'll have the option to pick it up, but you'll also be able to just, you know, live and exist, and, you know, things will happen around you and you kind of create your own adventure. We'll move towards giving you more, going toward a philosophy of more giving you the tools in a sandbox to make your own story, rather than telling you a story that's been put together. I think we're going to see a lot of that. And yeah, as I say, big physics simulations. I think we're going to see, I mean, I think gaming over in the long term, you'll start seeing it move towards, like, I think we'll get to a point where everything will start being on clouds as internet connections get better. We'll start operating off the cloud, and we'll not even need people to have processing power anymore, and you'll just be able to play the best games on your handheld. You know, just stick a controller into your phone. And it'll get to a point where you'll be doing that. But I think that's that's like a 10 plus years away thing, that. But as we see, and as we get to things like that, well, when you get to that point, the user's computer is no longer a limitation, and you can really start going to town with the crazy stuff you can do. Another thing we're seeing is, I mentioned like AI tools, we'll see how they develop over the next year. We're already starting to see them being able to generate models from, if you take like a picture of something along all the sides of it, you can create 3D models of it. Great if you want to do some 3D printing. You know, just take a picture of a character you've made in a game, doing a cool action pose in the photo mode. Yeah, take a picture at every angle, you can print yourself a statue off. It's pretty cool. But if you want to take it to its extreme, photograph something in real life, scan it, put it in your game. You want lifelike textures? Just go fetch them. Go get them yourself. And so yeah, we'll probably see a lot more developments with AI tools and things. Again, I think this will be acting as a force multiplier, so because something's going to have to give. They can't have these huge teams in industry that are making these shallow games that don't have any risks to them and end up making the company a loss. They're going to need smaller teams, bigger creative risks, and they're going to need those smaller teams to still be able to make a big game. And there's nothing that can do better than that. Like, hey, you can make the team smaller but still get the same work done. As soon as AI tools start coming out for this sort of thing and they get established, there'll be a huge uptake in it. But there's more than just that happening. One more thing to just keep in mind here. Just assets on the stores in general are getting better. Like, something that's probably powering people even more than anything to do with AI at the moment is just, again, Unreal Engine 5 as a brilliant example is just doing so much to make it so an indie team can make something truly fantastic. But the asset store with all the things on there, it's like, yeah, maybe you aren't an artist, but you can buy all your assets and fill your game with them, add a character creator in, and bam, now you can just do the programming. Not a programmer, use the like blueprinting thing in Unreal Engine and just keep it basic, get ChatGPT to help you a bit, and you can just mostly do all the artwork. We're getting to a point where you'll soon be able to be like almost, I mean, I think back to, and I think it was this year when Manalord's released, and it's by like one guy who did the majority of the work. And yeah, do you just think these one-man band crazy developers, like what they could do if they had tools that acted as like a 10 times force multiplier, you know, just the incredible stuff they'd be able to make. It really could be something special. Anyway, that's where I think we're heading with it. But yeah, my prediction next year, I think that, yeah, we're gonna start learning small teams that take bigger creative risks, but still produce big AAA quality titles will be the way forwards. It's almost sort of on the scale of your, you know, the sort of thing of like Space Marine 2, Helldivers 2, where it's a game that knows what it wants to be, does it extremely well, and doesn't cost the world to do so, by utilising tools and assets and having people work in low income areas remotely so that they can still have a good standard of living, great one even, but not have to, you know, spend 100 grand on them so that they can live in London, you know. We're gonna see, as I say, we're gonna see a moving away from wokeness. I think that the games that have been doing that, and actually, that's a good point. I'll just flick this on right now. But yes, Naughty Dog, the creators behind the not in any way, shape or form woke Last of Us 2 that I definitely didn't hate to play through, have decided to make a new game, and it's going to be a sci-fi game, big sci-fi epic from Naughty Dog. It should be a match made in heaven for me. And then of course, what did I mention about the like telltale signs, the sort of seeing the top of the iceberg and knowing what lies beneath? Yeah. So this is the trailer for Intergalactic. And oh god, it's like I said, there's just that one big telltale sign, but it ain't gonna be for me. Oh, I don't know. It doesn't look great. The thing is as well is I'm really partial to a character creator. I really love a good character creator. I would much rather have one than have a named protagonist. I really would, because then I can just make who I want. And you know, a good one, not one that's just like choose from these 4 face presets. And you'd think that they'd have this sort of thing by now, you know, you think that Sony would just get like one character creator made that can be used at all their studios or something, that they just send each other the code for. But they don't. Anyway, yeah, I haven't got high hopes for it. But yeah, it's actually a good job I put Sky on before, because I will just put it out there, you know. I was going to say this whole thing about Life is Strange, and oh well, games, you know, gaming can be woke if it wants to and it's not pretentious about it and you know you're marketing toward, but Skyrim is probably the best example of a woke game that no one cares about being woke. Like, theoretically, if I'm not mistaken, it's the same in Fallout. You can create your character as one gender, swap them to the other. Well, you go into the game, play as that character, you can go and speak to, I think it's the surgeon in Fallout 4, or this like mystic mage person in, I think they're in the around where the Thieves Guild are in Skyrim, and they just let you access the character creation menu for a fee. It's a way of kind of canonically tying in that feature into the game to allow you to change your character later on if you decide you want to just mix things up later, without having to start an entirely new game or use the console commands that would basically negate your ability to get achievements then, because you've opened the console. So with that in mind, yeah, that's all people think of it as. It's, oh, you can access character creator. Yeah, but technically you could change your character's gender, change their name, their entire appearance, and can continue the game as the opposite gender having in canon, in game, become trans essentially. You know, using magic or surgery or whatever. And the game totally, you know, and I've got a bit of footage here of the new Monster Hunter, which by the way looks goddamn glorious. We are eating good next year. And yeah, it's got a character creator. If you want, you can absolutely go and stick a girly voice on a guy, and kinda gets the job done, doesn't it? Because in a perfect world, well actually in a perfect world, you know, you wouldn't have top surgery scars and a dodgy sounding voice, so you would just play as the opposite character. It really baffles me why they have to do this whole thing about them. Like, surely just having a character creator solves all problems here, and you don't need the pronouns or whatever, because you just, like, you straight up can be the opposite gender. It's not like real life where you kind of sort of can, but you know, your birth certificate still exists, so it's like, no, you literally just can be, if you want. Just straight up go ahead. You know, surely it'd make more sense that you don't make a big deal of it in games, and they can literally just be the opposite gender, without any of, you know, you're a perfect representation of it, you're flawless. It's, I don't know, maybe my thinking's backwards on that, but I think that is probably the way most think now. Again, like I say, I think that the culture has turned that way. But yeah, all that aside, going into the coming year though, games that are going to do fantastically, right? Disappointments there aside, like some games, like next year we know. So I've shown off a bit of Skyrim Novus. We've got Monster Hunter here. This is the beta that was available like a month or so back, and this is months before release. Like, it's gonna have another, what, like 4 and a bit months worth of polish or whatever to this. It's looking good, right? This game, it looks damn good. It looks really goddamn good. Whereas then, we've got other games like, apparently GTA still will be releasing next year. We've got the Elden Ring roguelike that I mentioned earlier. It's, yeah. Is it going to be a shameless cash-in where it's just basically Elden Ring but it's got like proper co-op and replayability now? Yes. Am I still going to buy the hell out of that because that's kind of what I've wanted all along from them? Absolutely yes. And, oh, we're seeing like an actual bug on Monster Hunter Wilds here. A rare one. There weren't many in the beta actually, surprisingly, but I think I encountered, like, this was one of 2 that I saw. In fact, if I remember rightly, yeah, I think what happened here is, like, I think it still thought I was in the tent, so certain things weren't loaded, and I got rid of the bug by getting back in the tent in this bit, but still, it's still in the oven. It'll be right in a few weeks. But yeah, like I said, we've got the Elden Ring thing, one that I've been looking forward to. From the people who made Black Desert, it's like, oh, did you like our giant MMORPG that is this huge, like, massive microtransaction pit into hell that's full of, like, obtuse, weird game mechanics that it doesn't explain very well and leaves you wondering what the fuck you're meant to be doing because there's that many bloody map icons and stuff in the game and unexplained mechanics and things? Did you think that was a good experience? Because if you didn't and you'd rather prefer a single player game that looks as cool and is properly put together and all that and tutorialized and isn't trying to steal all of your money, well, they're making a single player game, Crimson Desert, that actually looks pretty good. If it manages to release next year, then yeah, it could be a Game of the Year contender possibly. And again, we're getting a list already, and we're not even into next year. You know, Path of Exile 2 will release next year. And yeah, just again, these are the ones that we know of right now. It is going to be one hell of a year going forwards. And absolutely just one hell of a year. absolutely banger. And I am very much looking forward to it. And it's always the thing to remember in games, even though there's all this dumb stuff that happens and people not learning their lessons and awful games releasing, you just think, Jesus Christ, what's the AAA gaming industry doing now? Or which, indie devs tried to rob everyone by releasing something in early access only to, flee to their Swiss bank account and then disappear into an island off the Mediterranean somewhere or into the Bahamas. As much as all this sort of crap happens and all the drama, the thing is just as the gaming industry gets bigger, you will see more of the lowest lows as well as more of the highest highs, because there's just more of everything as the industry gets bigger. So yeah, we've seen all that crap this year, but we've seen Helldivers, Space Marine, Black Myth, Wukong, and of course, Game of the Year, Astrobot, the absolute pinnacle of gaming, which is definitely not just a giant advert for the console you're playing it on. I mean, I'm being harsh, I'm just not really into platformers much these days. But, like, my god, and the stuff that's coming out next year, like, we are eating well next year. Like, we are eating steaks every day in the industry next year. And it's all kicking off in February with Monster Hunter Wilds. Really, you could argue it's already started since Path of Exile's already in early access, even though it releases next year. So we're already getting a taste of this like spiking quality of games that we're probably going to be seeing now. But like I said, I'm very much looking forward to it. And on that note, after many hours of ranting and rambling, this has been a massive thing to film. I've done it in parts and thrown it together in the video editor, and managed to midway through get a cold and a cough, and somehow got it all put together in time for Christmas. Now I've just got to wait for the rendering of it all to happen after finishing the filming here, and then the uploading of a giant video file. I'm sure that won't go horribly wrong. Oh, I'll probably have to leave a computer on overnight. Who knows, maybe Santa will arrive while it's on. Thank you very much for watching though probably more like listening, as it is probably more of a podcasty type thing this that you can just throw on in the background. But more on the channel. It's been a big year this year for the channel. We've finally managed to crest the 500 mark. Thank you all very much if you have been part of that. If you haven't subscribed and you've somehow enjoyed the sound of my voice here, surely I'm not the only one who thinks that. I probably am, but there'll be more on the channel coming up into the next year. I'll be looking to... I've already filmed the end of Outpost Infinity Siege. That series will be coming to a climax. I'll be doing the 500 subscriber special as basically a time-lapse build of my base and like a big finale episode, as well as releasing a review before the end of the year. But the end of that should be coming mid-January. On the channel then I'm looking to be keeping up with Stalker 2 and probably looking at what I'll then fill the gap with in between while Infinity Siege is finishing, and probably then I'm probably waiting for Monster Hunter Wilds to start. So there might be just a few things kind of like thrown in there, just to kind of pass a week or two on the channel just while that happens. Might be a bit of Helldivers or Space Marine or something. I'll probably decide when I get to that point. For now though, thank you very much for your time, appreciate it. Have a Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, depending on what you celebrate, and have a very, very pleasant New Year, and I hope to see you next year on the channel. I'll see you then.